Zone 4G, official partner of Pubg Mobile in Pakistan. PUBG Mobile का real मजा सिर्फ Zone 4G पर. Let's get digital.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the PUBG Mobile National Championship, of course, from Pakistan region, which is brought to you by Oppo F19 Pro. We are in our day number 3 of the group stages, and today is also one action-packed day because we've got teams from Group C that are going to be playing all the 6 matches. Of course, we've got Group B chiming in for the first 4, and then we've got Group A joining for the last 2 matches. So joining along with me is going to be Trooper. So Trooper, how excited are you?
Really excited. Kuwati is going to be there for all the 6 matches. Team Bablu is going to be there for all the 6 matches. So a very important day in the context of the group stages. Let's see what we are headed for. And I am absolutely pumped up for the day here, Fixes.
Yeah, yesterday we did see, majority of the matches being played by Group D. So today they're going to be sitting this one out. And yesterday we did see Max Esports and North playing phenomenally well. We've been talking about that underdog saga, right? So that has certainly become real for us. And yeah, talking about teams from Group C, we've got Bablu and Qwerty, 2 of those big names. But then again, there has been some slip-ups from Bablu, just having to manage just that one chicken dinner out of those games played, and the remainder were not as good. But taking a look at the tournament explanation, we've got 32 teams divided into 4 groups, and 8 teams are there in every single group. 24 matches will be played, and from here onwards, only 24 teams are going to be qualifying for the semis, and accordingly, the groups are going to be distributed. But from there, things get spicy because you've got only the top 16 competing for the finals.
So true, so true. And things have already started to spice up, I feel, because the kind of competition we have witnessed in the first 2 days is tremendous. And the way the teams are growing and learning from each other's experiences, we gave a lot of homework to the teams yesterday, right? So but the groups have changed, to be honest. For Group B and Group C are going to start off the day. But we'll find out what the other teams are going to do once they have their matches in the last 2 games today.
Yeah, of course. I mean, they're all fighting it out for the bragging rights, and along with that, the lion's share prize pool of $30,000, out of which the first position gets 10,000, and so on, reduces down, where 10 to 16 get $500. But even more than that, you've got that PMPL slot also available. So if you are good enough, you never know, we might see you playing the PUBG Mobile Pro League, which is of course due in a few couple of months. So yeah, that is going to be an exciting affair also. But if we keep talking about how are they going to do that, they obviously have to earn points, right? So the first position getting 15 and so on reduces till the 13th and 16th getting nothing. But what really sets this point system apart is that 1 kill point for every single kill.
Yeah, that is really important because you're not getting any positioning points for the placements of 13 to 16, right? So it's very important that you get at least some kill points out of the game. So that is a very important aspect. I always talk about this whenever we have the point system on, that those teams who are looking to get some points out of the game should always go for those early altercations, should always engage themselves into some early fight. Team Legion is going to be one of them. It's a very, very important day for Team Legion today. Let's see what they're going to do. They're going to play the first 4 matches today. And they've really not been that impressive on their first appearance. It's their chance to change their course of the tournament here today.
Yeah, and the same can be said for Portal, right? And
Yeah.
then again, I'm really worried about NFPxTact and Renaissance. So this is a good chance for them to come in and prove their mettle. But as we head along to Group C, we've got some good performers over here. KO Knockout, they've been doing fairly well. Mythical somewhere, just trying to find their place. But these are the big names we're talking about. Team Bablu, we've seen Eliminate also pull off a beautiful show yesterday, and Team
Yeah.
QWERTY and everyone I think from Pakistan does know about how good they are. But they also have a lot to prove. But as we move along to the schedule, of course, it is going to be Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, and Erangel for Group B and C. Then we are going to be having a Miramar and ending the day with Erangel for where Group A comes in and Group B will be sitting it out.
Yeah, and that is going to be the Billy Boys back in action, Team Sky for the
Ah,
last two matches. But all those teams are going to come in for game number 5 and game number 6. But for now, we have Group B and Group C action, and that is an important junction right after at the end of Game 4, because at that point during the day, all the teams, all the 32 teams would have played their 8 matches. So we'll have a good idea with the even number of matches for the all the teams to be played, that where is the exact overall standing headed to, and which are the 8 teams which are still lagging behind are in the red zone, which are not in the top 24. So that is going to be something, and it is a very good chance for teams Group B and for the teams of Group B and Group C who are still lagging behind in the bottom 8. They have this opportunity to do something and propel themselves out of that last page of the overall rankings.
yeah, I think they have to start doing the job today. And yesterday we did see, Team Unpredictable certainly doing that, from the last page to the very first page. They've made it to the 8th spot. They've gotten those 58 points, but it's Maxed who are the kings right now, who are holding the throne. And a lot of teams would be wanting to topple them over, out of which Team QWERTY is definitely one of those major contenders, right? We've also got Portal Esports not really far behind, the same points, but it's just those difference between the positioning and kills that is visible. Then again, KO Knockout, DES Officials. I've got my eyes on these two teams. We've seen DES Officials being very close to that chicken, but it's KO Knockout that have managed to get one already. So yeah, these teams are definitely the ones to be looking out for. But this is where Team Bablu, looking at them at this particular spot, it's something really hard to digest. But then again, we have to acknowledge the fact that they've just played 4 games, right? So if they start off big, then you never know, they might just get a few more chicken dinners or maybe a few more good games. But Miramar has always sort of been their forte, but they also need to adapt in the remainder of maps as well, especially in of course Erangel. And if they can do better, if they can perform better, Sanhok is also a map that they can get a few points from.
Sanhok is a map that always gives you the opportunity to toggle up, shuffle the charts, right? And if you're
Right.
a team that is waiting at the bottom in the overall standing, the opportunity is perfect inside Sanhok, because anything can happen. It's a fast-paced game. Yesterday we saw how the circle was moving around the areas of Paradise Resort. It would be interesting to see where the circle is going to head once we go into the only Sanhok game for the day. But
Yeah.
the important thing for the day is that there are going to be 2 Miramars, and that is what I'm excited about. I am certainly sure you are as well. So we'll find out how these teams are going to perform inside Miramar as well. But all that action awaits now. But let's talk about Erangel. Do you think, Fixes, any team is headed towards the city of Pochinki this time?
Well, I think we might see a team today because it's been quite some while. Pachinki has been left isolated. But as we head inside the game, a huge shout out to our network sponsors. That's going to be Song 4G. The only thing that you do not want when you're playing PUBG Mobile or any online game is a slow network or a network that lags. So switch your network to Song 4G and play PUBG Mobile for the best gaming experience. Now that has happened with me quite often, right? You tend to use different networks and eventually end up with 300 400 ping, which is even barely playable in the competitive arena. Right now, Zong 4G, these guys have gotten the fix, right? They've got the best network solutions, and yeah, they give me that optimum ping. So I would suggest everyone to get yourself one. But taking a look at the flight path trajectory, pretty much from Georgia Paul to Nova, nothing out of ordinary is what we are witnessing. But Trooper, where do you think the circle is gonna be headed out?
Okay, so that very old question
Yeah.
once again pops up here. So I'm looking for a Yasnaya Poliana circle this time. Let's hope that comes up, and that is going to be really important because it is going to be an important game for Team Kohli as well for the start of the day. And if they sort of get a circle quite close to their drop location over Lipovka, and we've had two circles already headed towards the eastern side, but yet I'm once again rooting for a slightly northish eastern circle. But no, look at this. What are the PUBG gods doing with me?
Uh,
Just the opposite completely. The circle goes haywire towards southwestern side. The entire island, the entire military island inside the zone. This is going to be an exciting game.
This certainly is going to be because we do not have I-8. So you've got Raindrop, I think, dropping off at the Sosnovka military base. You've got Team Envy also. The first chicken dinner was taken by them, but after that, they sort of fizzled out. But I really feel Test does have a very good chance because this is not a southern circle, right? This is a hybrid circle. This can
Yeah.
go anywhere. It can go to the mainland or maybe shift towards the southern island. So that is where things can really get critical. So it's very imperative that you sort of have that that lighthouse area in your control, because the eastern side, the Nova Bridge, well, that is not where we're going to get a lot of traffic. But yes, if you have a good hold over those small petrol pumps, over those lighthouse compounds, then I think you're good to go in this game.
Honestly, and I got this feeling that this circle will at some point in the game is going to get a shift towards the northern side, and it is going towards the main island. That is what I'm feeling by the first looks of it, but we'll find that out pretty soon. But certainly my predictions are not getting on point here, so let's see what the teams are going to do here. That is going to be very important for them. But for now, look at this fixes: 60 players inside the lobby and all
Yeah.
16 teams. That means four teams have joined in here as just as a trio over here, and we were talking about the curses of being a trio out here. Let's see if that is going to be applicable today or not.
I mean, we are talking about discipline, right? We've got four defaulters, four players unable to join inside the lobby. That's definitely not a good thing, and they are going to be facing the brunt of it. So, one of those teams actually that played with three players and impressed me yesterday was Team Mavericks.
Yeah.
Regardless the fact that they did not have a lot of players around, they still put in their hearts and they played amazingly well. But imagine in a different parallel world, had they had all their four players, they could have done even better. So that is all it, because now it's the group stages. Once things get to the semis or maybe to the finals, that's where the competition, the level even goes way above than what it is right now, because you've got all the good teams again being filtered out, and that even gets more filtered while you are in the final. So yeah, that time, just playing with three players, that's going to hurt them. But let's see what these teams are going to perform, especially Mavericks. But they won't be playing today, right? So there you have it. Hasni does know how to break in through that bunker. And I mean, these small little additions, they completely change the
Yeah.
way you look at these compounds.
Definitely, these new additions to these compounds are amazing. But coming back to the point that you were talking about, the teams who are missing out here on the players. But adding on to that, I would just want to say that fixes most of these teams are playing at this level for the first time, right? They have come in through the in-game qualifiers and they've done all the hard work. And now, when it matters the most, now when they have to push the pedal and get to that semi-finals, this is the stage when they are missing out on important matches. So this is an important experience also that they are missing out. So certainly, if you're looking for a good professional career ahead, and with the way the game is growing in the region, I certainly would not recommend missing out on all these important competitive games, because there's a lot of experience that you get through playing all these matches, and that is what is important, right? How are you going to change your strategies over the course of the time, over the course of the tournament as well? That every small thing comes into play, and these players who are missing out on these opportunities are not doing right to themselves again.
Great, look at them. RTX in a whole world of trouble over there. FourRebels can't just pushing on towards them, has done some substantial amount of damage. Would just want to push in with the TPP. There you have it. And already the first casualties coming out for the Rebels. And there's officials. I mean, they went in for a 2-2 split and eventually on towards the southern side of the map. They've gotten that earlier success. And, the best part is, the way Khan just came in for his teammate and Rafe. Both these players, in fact, pushing in tandem, and that's a good, well-orchestrated push. But look at FourRebels. You've got Miracle quite out in the open, but test officials, they're not in a situation now where they can engage. They need their teammates coming back in for their, cover. But Miracle and Hamza are actually going in for the rotation mid, somehow staying alive. But for how long?
That is going to be the thing. But so many early altercations playing, coming out here in the early half of the game. That is something interesting that is shaping out here. Let's see what is going to happen. But this is all happening just next to the bridge. That is the important aspect. And these are the key points, right, which these teams are looking to control at this point. DS official, we have seen them control the late game, but certainly I have not seen them shine out in the mid game region. This is just an early fight. Let's see how they're going to perform over here.
Well, it's going to be interesting because look at Myth. He's dropped that smoke, but right in front of him, the players of FourRebels, they've gotten a high ground. So it's going to be really tough for him to get out of that sticky situation. And I believe he does not have any vehicles for his cover as well. For the only way that Myth can survive is if his teammates at all, if they do chime in, if they do join the fight over here, take down maybe one player. That's the cue where he makes a run. But by the looks of it, Miracle just tapping in through the smoke hasn't received a lot of success. But we do see, we do see Myth making an escape for himself over there, and I believe he has made it safely.
Yeah, that is a safe escape for him. But let's see how these fights are going to take place, because I feel like some of these IGLs have already committed towards the military island, because the large section of the first circle is covering the military island, right? But there is still the possibility. Once again, I'm putting it up that there is still the possibility that the final circle might just go towards the main island. So this is going to be a problematic situation if it does happen for all these teams who have committed themselves towards the military island. But the good thing is, you can see that they are not moving much further away from these compounds, which are pretty close to the bridge as well. So that possibility of the circle going back is still playing with the minds of all the IGLs right now.
I mean, yeah, the possibility is definitely there. They're kind of constantly racking up their brain, just to wonder or just to predict if it's going to the southern side or maybe sticking on that main island. But right now, we've got the players of Test. They're making a move. They've not got a lot of loot though to just work it around. Just a few compounds and getting into fights from the very beginning. It's definitely not going to help their cause because to sustain in those mid areas and towards those late games, you need to be having those enough number of smokes, those enough good scopes, some good meds. But by the looks of it, just having one first aid, so they need to take another fight. But we do see Team QWERTY going up against Legion. We've got Rahman coming in today, so that's a surprise, and he's already gone big.
Yep, getting some kills is quite early into the game, and that is a big rotation that they got to make. You've pointed out the kind of meds DS official have, and it's going to be really exciting how they're going to gather more, because certainly the compounds that are nearby have been occupied by other teams as well. But Rahman, look at him once again inside the kill feed, getting some good points for himself, and still this is a hybrid circle, and the problem still persists the same. So a lot of game is going to be played around the bridges this time. We might just see some action coming in from the boats as well in this game in Erangel. But this is going to spice up things real good. And the next circle is definitely going to decide the future for a lot of teams over here.
Yeah, of course. I mean, look at Team QWERTY. They've gone in for a late rotation over here. You've already got Portal Esports guarding the Nova Bridge. You've got Team Poplu on towards that Millie Bridge, towards those lighthouse areas, just the way we wanted it to happen. Team Eliminate is certainly getting closer, but they've got to do better than that. Now, imagine, so many teams on that certain side, and suddenly the circle sort of transitioned towards the main island. That is where things are going to get spicy, but I do believe we do have another fight. You've got Lost Esports going up against CAFX. Now, CAFX is one of those teams that really do know to take those long range sniper shots, right? 629 meters. That's ludicrous. That's insane. But as the fight goes on, let's see who comes out on top in that one.
Now, that is really going to be an interesting thing to find out that who are going to come out, because CAFX, the team that is sort of struggling a bit right now in the overall standing as well. So these are important fights for them, and these are important points that they might just get out of this altercation, because right now the way they are sitting in the overall standing, things are already looking bad for them. So whatever good they do, it's going to be a big leap for them. So that is the only thing they can hope for right now, and certainly a lot depends upon their IGL. When are they going to decide to take into that fight or not, or are they going in for those positioning points, or are they going to go for those early kill points that we discussed during the display of the point system as well? All those important factors come into consideration when you are playing a big tournament like this, where you've got 24 matches even during the group stages. So you can like change your strategies midway, and this is the time you got to realize what is working for you and what is not, and just make adjustments and go for the right thing.
Yeah, you gotta make those adjustments. It's very, very crucial. It's gonna be very important. But now, Team Eliminate do know that they've got a few enemies right in front of them. The smokes being dropped over here. Goku is in a very precarious position, right? If he gets spotted out, he's got no means to escape, right? So he's got to be very careful with how he approaches this fight entirely. But taking a look at the boys from Death, they've already opted in for the bridge camp. Now, whenever you go for those bridge camps, you've got to be very careful because the majority of the problems comes in if there's a teammate right behind you. So if they do not watch their backs, then they're basically done for.
Yeah, that is a very important aspect. Like if you're not watching your back, this is a very highly competitive game. Anything might just rotate behind you, and if you do not have a clue about who's coming in from behind, you're always in a difficult position to stay alive. And let's see if how this is the moment of truth fixes. Where is it going? And I'm still rooting it for the main island, but I know I'm not going to get what I want. And oh, finally, it is answered. This
Oh,
is going to say
it's
on
not
the
yet
military
answered.
island. I
No.
feel like it's going to stay on the
I
military.
wanted to go up north. Trust me, I have seen such shifts where it goes towards the northern side at the end moments, right?
Wow.
So I'm gonna keep my fingers crossed because yeah, southern side everyone's gonna anticipate that. Imagine that last moment shift towards that northern area. That's gonna cause such a ruckus around. But well, the boys from Bablu did of course put in an effort to try to cross the bridge. Danny has made it, but his teammates are taking some heavy damage.
Definitely, and this is going to be really difficult because the area where we are watching the circle shape up right now. Look at players from Team Bablu. Dani going down there. He's knocked out inside that water and is not looking in a very good position. Any moment he is going to get eliminated from the game. One kill for DS official is going to be confirmed by that. But the kind of encounter Team Bablu is headed towards right now, and I think they are committing themselves towards the military island clearly at this point. And let's see how this turns out for them, because certainly it's going to be a difficult challenge with a team that is spread so beautifully across the compound and the military base bridge towards the southern side. It's not going to be an easy task to come down this side.
It's going to be difficult, but not impossible. I mean, Team Bablu have been in this situation a lot of times. Even gotten one of their players knocked up, so they need to get those rests back in, and seems like that they've certainly succeeded in doing that. But imagine if things go all right. But look at Eliminate. They've got one of their players down. The second player goes down to Unknown as well. But Ripper trying to provide that quintessential cover fire from the sidelines. But I believe he's just too far. And there you have it. Danny is also lost out on his life. And Team Bablu not really doing good. But the same can be said for the boys from Eliminate. Two boys being taken down just by the moment they were trying to push upon that shack. Ripper, of course, trying to just rip them apart with his Carl, but I think the distance is just too much.
Yep, losing two teammates at this point in the game without any kills, that is not what you were headed for in the opener for the day, right? This is day number 3, one of the crucial days where Group C is going to play all their matches. You really want good things to happen for your team, but that is something that ELM Esports have missed out at this starting game, honestly. Let's see how many points can these two lads accumulate for their team. But good thing for Lost Esports, they've got 2 kills, they are all set to go, and now they have a compound as well for themselves, and just on the edge. They're still waiting for the next zone to shape up, which is going to be just about
Towards
any
the
time
northern
from now.
side? towards the northern side, please,
Let's see,
gods.
let's see, let's see if it is going to go towards the northern side. There's absolutely no way that these teams can rotate towards the northern
Ah,
side fixes. Look at that. It would have been so difficult for all these teams. And luckily for these teams towards who are committed already towards the military island, the circle has shifted. The fourth circle has shifted towards the military base. These beaches towards the northern coast of the military base island. That is where the circle is headed right now, and airdrop number 3 is landing right over there.
yeah, I mean, airdrop is definitely there. Team Legion has fallen off, and Draco has been knocked out from his own vehicle. So he did not know how to put the brakes up and just stepped out, eventually costing his health. But Team QWERTY, they do have a good positioning inside the zone, just playing from the edges, and have already managed to secure those 2 kills. Now we'll be dropping off those smokes, would be denying the entry of any other, unfamiliar team inside the zone, and getting as many kills as possible. So Team Quetti loves to play around those edges. Now they do have an idea as to where the circle's center can be. Now Khan did sort of dodge off the remainder players of KO Knockout. So they're going to be playing it safe for the meanwhile. But no, Khan has something else in his mind. I'm starting to think as to what is going on in the best IGL of Pakistan. So gonna kind of take a gander inside his mind. But for the meanwhile, he's going to just ask his comrades to hold on to the peripheries. But Dani, instead, he's trying to take those few shots, but eventually gets spotted down by Destroyer. And this is where, Team QWERTY can actually decide to go in for the push. But considering the fact that this push should be outside the zone, so they might just hesitate and just hold on.
And look at how many teams are there inside the water right now. Portal Esports being one of them. They're all inside the water, and there's going to be a lot of teams who are going to do the fishing out there right now. Look at how difficult it has become for Zibyan even to make it to the shore, and he has spotted someone inside water. He definitely doesn't know who he is, but definitely this is going to be a very tricky situation for all these lads. At least 3 squads inside the water trying to make it to the mainland. Now Zibyan is out. He's going to get shot at himself, so he's somehow trying to reach towards that stone. Let's see if he can make it. Yep, he certainly does. But he gets that kill, but he's getting shot at it too, or shot onto himself. So he really needs to get into cover. One more bullet, and he is down.
Yeah, I mean, he was, of course, playing with fire over there. And look at so many teams, just so many fishes just being prepared to get taken down by the boys from Starks. Lost Esports coming out, and there you go. God Fury and Hassan making sure that they do not let anyone walking away from that position. And look at the kind of setup they have. They know that they might not get a lot out of from this match in terms of positioning, but in terms of kills, hell yes, they can do some definite damage. Have already gotten that 1 kill secured, and are in pursuit for a lot more.
I really feel bad for these teams because you really don't know where these kind of hybrid circles are going to lead you, right? And you decided to rotate late, you waited for the ship towards the mainland island because your caster is saying so, but it did not happen. So I'm really feeling bad for them at this moment. The way they are being pinned down right now, they absolutely had no options. Both the bridges were outside the option. They had to take some damage from the zone, and
Yeah.
even then those bridges were not cleared. They were still like sort of camped, and how could you go towards the military island? You got to swim, and you're being like hunted right now. Wow, what a shot was that.
I mean, yeah, this has to come down to their mistakes, right? They should not have been out in open. I know you've been getting a lot of kills, but too much greediness is, of course, gonna cost you, and that is exactly what has happened with the boys from Starks. I mean, look at them. Just a minute ago, they just had that 1 kill. Now they have 7. So 7 points just coming out from those kills, and I'm sure they're gonna get quite some position points if they manage to get those rest back up on their players. But taking a look at Team Knockout, they somehow have managed to revive their teammate. They're still alive. They're just playing from the periphery of the circle, but they also need to get inside the zone, which is going to be a rather daunting task. But look at this team over here. They are going after, Team Mythic. We've got Renaissance. We were talking about the comeback, and today possibly could have been a good start. But before that, the boys from Raindrop just instantly shut them down on the 12th spot with just 12 kills.
just need one good game, right, to set things in your favor, and that is exactly what Renaissance would be looking for. But that is sort of something what Envy is also looking for, right? We saw them have a really good opener in this overall group stage. They were the team that they got the chicken, I believe, in the first game, but after that they've sort of fizzled out, as you say, fixes. So it's going to be a difficult thing for Team Envy as well, how they are going to make their comeback. But let's see what they're up to today.
Yeah, it's going to be so important for them now. They've gotten chicken dinner in a certain circle, and they've got all their four players alive. So that is going to be so very important. But taking a look at NFPxTact, they've got three players alive, and three players had come in. But oh my goodness, Starks having lost out on one of those players, courtesy to that beautiful grenade being lobbed at them, leaves them with just three players in contention. They've got 7 kills, so they definitely are looking good. But Coffin, well, he's been spotted. He did try to lob that grenade, but those shots coming at him, how long is he going to survive? That's a big question. Will, of course, lodge in that first aid on towards himself, get himself back to that optimum HP. But Chingod is still getting quite some kills over there. But Team Mythic, despite the fact that they are a three-man squad, they are doing so good.
See, so many teams already inside the zone as well, fixes. So there's going to be a lot of altercations coming in. Look at Teen Wolf is already been spotted over there. Anytime he might just go down there. The 3x is concentrated absolutely on him. Any pixel and he is going to go down. But Corey also needs to be aware of the fact that they are now outside the zone. They need to move towards the northern side, and that is exactly what the call has. What the call is about from Khan. But look at that destroyer. Ooh, he was just so much committed towards that player of Team Bablu that he did not pay attention that he could get shot from the other side of the ridge, and that is exactly what has happened to him. Now, Khan has got this responsibility. He's got to give that revive, so he's trying to smoke up the area around Destroyer right now. But NFPxTact trying to close and capitalize on the knock that they have just delivered here. This is going to be an important fight in the game. If Team Purdy base and gets another player down at this time, they are going to be in a big trouble.
Yeah, they certainly are going to be in a whole world of trouble. But right now, let's see what these lads are up to. Tact, they're taking some heavy beating. Finally, we did see Teen Wolf also falling out from the game. The same fate goes on with Destroyer as Pain with a beautiful lob grenade will find him out. But Team Quetti, they are making those movements over here. Look at Rahman. He's gotten 3 kills already coming in. He's feeling confident about himself. If someone can change the tides, it is this one lad, regarded as one of the best that Pakistan has to offer. Right now, he's just droning in. But in the meanwhile, you've got Khan spraying down, taking down Sexy Pistol from Team MP. Now, Team Quetti are not just dealing with one, but 2 squads.
What was Envy Pistol running into there? He had absolutely. There was Khan shooting up at all sort of places at this point, and where was he running into? I absolutely have no idea about that. But look at that, brilliant! He's reading onto the sound cues. He's hearing how where the shots are coming from, but he's also being spotted by one of the lads of NB right now, and he goes down. Absorb makes sure that he picks off Rahman as well out of the game. But now we have Destroyer and Wolverine still remaining, still standing from the team of Purdy right now. Khan is bleeding out. He needs some sort of support. Let's see if he's going to come up or not. But they are still outside the zone. That is what the problem with Team Purdy is right now. They got to still keep pushing forward, and the resistance from Team NV is going to come up on them.
Yeah, Team Quetti having really gotten themselves a very commanding spot. They do have that high ground. All they need to do is deal with Team NFPxTact. I think if they can deal with these 3 players, I think they're good to go. But I'm really happy with how NFPxTact have come in today to perform, right? They've gotten a few kills for themselves, but it is still Quetti who's dominating over here. Rahman having lost out on his life. We'll see more out of him in the next game. But for now, it is going to be these 3 lads from Quetti doing all the job. Now, they are trying to commit in for the push. They are trying to clear that one area, because if they sort of get that eastern edge for themselves, that sort of could have helped their cause. But now they will actually have to make a move because the circle has shifted way far from them.
Wow. This is going to get even more difficult. It's like just a course that is getting more and more difficult for them, right? So let's see how far they can go ahead, because the circle with this sort of shift towards the beach, that absolutely has no area to hide for all these 5 teams, right? How are they going to commit? That is this literally became so difficult for all these teams just now. Where are they going to survive? And look at this. This is the perfect kebab situation which we were talking about. Look at the lads of NFPxTact. They are getting shot shot at from behind, but they are not paying the attention. What are they doing? Destroyer picking up 2 kills for themselves and picking up the last lad as well. That is seen to QWERTY wiping off and not so good looking team NFPxTact, to be honest. And now they are just making some serious strides into the zone, getting more and more players out and picking them off. Now the lad of Star 111 God Fury also might just go down to this beautiful spray that is coming in from that M4 3x now.
Yeah, now they are actually going in for their movement, Team QWERTY. They do know they've got that opening for themselves. Just need to take down God Fury, and they have done it. Destroyer, he's on fire tonight. The way he's performing, 13 kills already for Team QWERTY as they are marching in for their chicken dinner. They do know it has come home, but where is that last player? It's of course going to be Kami from FourRebels, who's going to get spotted down by Khan, but eventually he gets that one trade. Can he get another? Yes, he does, but eventually gets taken down from the final fight player. And there you have it, the winner chicken dinner coming in, and Team QWERTY going absolutely ham, absolutely big. 14 kills for these lads, the way they have been playing now. This is the kind of a story that we wanted. And well, Destroyer, he was getting a lot of damage in those previous matches, but now he is also backing it up with a lot of kills.
I did not expect QWERTY to get those kills, to be honest. The way Destroyer went down in that outside the zone after that knock, the way Team Envy and other teams were putting pressure on them, it's really a commendable job that they have got the chicken dinner out here. They were just like lions out there inside the final circle, just pulling down everyone they found in their way. And this is an amazing way they've got this chicken dinner. I believe this is going to be their first chicken dinner for Team QWERTY, and 14 kill chicken dinner is exactly what they wanted to make some serious strides inside the overall standing. They would be really happy with this performance.
Yeah, I mean, even I am happy with their performance, like the way they've been playing. But there you have it, Destroyer, 6 kills and 645 damage. Very clinical, He got those important kills going on when they needed it the most. And initially they started their, fights off around that northeastern area when they were retreating from prison. That's where I think they took down 2 players of Legion. And after that, we did see Rahman falling off. But again, these 3 players really held on and managed to get their chicken. But then again, you've got to commend the players of NFPxTact, the way they've made a comeback, because for QWERTY we still knew that they were safe. They did not have to worry about a lot of things, but it's NFPxTact. You've got Star. They also needed to perform, and indeed they have shown up. And I really liked how Starks initially just came on, camped those shorelines and waited for all those fishes to sort of come out of the water, and that's where they got majority of their kills. So overall, a very interesting map, a hybrid circle, so many fights right from the very start towards the very end.
Surely, I completely agree to that. But I really could not relate to what the players of NFPxTact were doing in the final circle when QWERTY and Destroyer, especially, they charged onto them. We'll talk about that, but first we'll talk about the match summary right now. Destroyer here getting the highest kills out of this game, and Destroyer also getting the highest damage. So it's been a really good game for the lads from Team QWERTY. But look at what Star 11 have also done: maximum assists for 4 in this only game. So a good game in overall for a lot of teams, and I'm really excited because a lot of confidence have been boosted by this opening first game today.
Yeah, I think this is a perfect start to the evening, right? One of those big guns coming up, and then again you've got the remainder of the teams. Even FourRebels, they tried. Initially they had a really rough start, but apart from that, they sort of recovered very well. Now, Team Starks, look at them. They've gotten those 10 kills. I mean, this is much needed for them considering where they were in the overall standings. Now, SEFX, Erangel has sort of always been their go-to map. This time again, getting those 4 kills. But I'm really happy about NFPxTact, the way they played it around. But what I'm not really happy about is Team Bablu, right? Team Bablu, they certainly were in a spot where they were controlling things. Eventually went on a bit too aggressive. I do not know if they were going cocky, but they had to face the brunt, right? Just that one kill and just that one position point. Somewhere where you need to anticipate that there are going to be other teams that are going to spot you and take you down. they sort of looked very loose. The same can be said about the remainder big teams that we do see over here. That's going to be Portal Esports and Eliminate. So Eliminate kind of being in a very, very precarious spot, not being able to do much out of there because they got two of their players just pushing at one guy who was just holding that one small little wooden, one little shack. If it was not wooden though, but then again, uh, these teams need to understand when you are going in for the push, go with the pre-fire. You know, a player is spraying down at you. Wait for his max to get empty, and that's where you need to push. So just blindly pushing is not going to help your cause, and that's how they fell.
Not at this level, certainly. If you're going
Yeah.
to do all those mistakes, you're going to get punished, certainly, because all these teams are equipped. They have the experience behind them, the how to tackle all these mistakes, right? And they're going to capitalize whenever you're going to give them the opportunity. But it's too early in the day to call for what Team Bablu is going to do. I feel like let's see what they're going to do because they are going to play all the 5 games remaining today. So we'll head on to the Oppo F19 Pro moments, however, where we see Dani being picked off here by the lads of DS Official. And then these fights were sort of headed towards the beach area, towards the northern beach area of this military base island. And then we saw how Team Coyote, they just made sure that they were always just on the edge and kept pushing until inside the final circle. They absolutely made the mess out of all the teams in front of them.
Yeah, they actually, mocked everyone around them. And I think them taking down NFPxTact was so important, but NFPxTact sort of lost their focus over there. They sort of shifted towards another team that gave them that opening. But as we take a look at the overall rankings, right, you've got you still got Max Esports being there out on top, but Team Quirty, look at that comeback story. Now, if they have even, two more good games, I think they can secure themselves that first spot. And them just being that only team playing just those 5 games and being in the top 5 now, that's a very good feat to achieve. And this is the second chicken dinner in this tournament in the group stages, so they're going to be eyeing out for a lot more because now
Oh.
they've got Rahman also coming inside their roster, and we do know how dynamic this player is, how explosive he can get once he starts rolling, because I've seen him do things which suddenly kind of blows your brains out, right? You talk about those AWMs, no scopes, everything. That lad has absolutely done everything. He's a shredder with the MK. You give him any weapon, he really shines. It all comes down to the point where he actually starts feeling himself. But a team that is not feeling themselves has to be Team Bablu today. And being one of those most popular names in the region, you need to live up to the standards. Those small mistakes that they're constantly making, they really need to work on it, or else, I mean, we aren't looking at Team Bablu. All right, so they might make it to the semi-finals, but after that, the stages are going to be difficult.
Yeah, certainly, but still a lot of time on their hands, right? We might just see them change their fate today. But this is the set of teams that really need to work upon things that are happening. We talked a lot about ELM Esports during the game. Rec Esports have also now slipped down here inside the bottom 8. So, Lost Esports also part of this team. Legion was a team that we've talked about during the pre-show, and they are also sort of still struggling. Renaissance 7 sort of look to pick up the pace, but they are also still at the 32nd spot. So all these teams, they really need to figure out what is going wrong over here. And NFPxTact as well, look at that, on the 31st position. So they really need to understand what is going wrong for them up till this point, and they really need to figure out, because if they allow all these other teams to cement their positions inside the top 24, believe me, it's going to get very difficult to remove those teams out of that lot once
Yeah.
once we move towards the later games. And you really need some good points at this point.
They certainly do. But right now, ladies and gents, we are going to be going for a short little break because coming right after is going to be game number 2 for today's evening.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Zone 4J, official partner of PUBG Mobile in Pakistan. PUBG Mobile का real मजा सिर्फ Zong 4G पर. Let's get digital.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the PUBG Mobile National Championship, of course, the Pakistan region, brought to you by Oppo F19 Pro, where we are witnessing teams from Groups P and Group C going up against each other. We did see Erangel map where Team QWERTY came out as the victors with 14 kills, but now heading into the deserty lands of Miramar. So that's where things are going to get very spicy because you've got Team Bablu being one of those contenders, but we have Sanhok. All right, so Sanhok being played over here, so it's going to be really, really interesting. Now, talking about Sanhok, we've seen that flight path completely just dissecting the map. But do you think we're going to have some, collisions over on towards bootcamp?
Let's see. Let's see if that is going to happen or not. We'll find that out pretty soon. Camp Charlie is where the plane has vanished from over here, and we're going to see. Look at where Adi Khan. I really hope that he has got his teammates with him. But speaking about boot camp, looks like there's no one headed towards there, or is it Lost Esports might just be headed towards there? Yes, Lost Esports is headed towards boot camp. So luckily for us, in this set of teams, boot camp is occupied over here inside the map of Sanhok.
Yeah, certainly. And finally, the boys from Lost have found their mark, but it's a circle that actually I'm eyeing out for. And we do have an early skirmish over here. FourRebels going up against Eliminate. You've got Ripper sort of trying to hold himself. A beautiful prone shot coming out towards the end. Does take down Miracle and finds the better of him. But he's still a one-man army over here. He needs his teammates to also come back in.
Yeah, and this is an early fight inside here. Let's see what is going to happen. ELM Esports, and they've already got the guns with them. This is going to be very bad for either of the team because we know both these teams really need some good points out of this encounter over here.
They certainly do. Now taking a look, you've got King and he's just right beside Ripper. Now Ripper is in a whole world of trouble. He needs his teammates desperately more than ever right now in this situation. He's going way too much in the open. King could have easily spotted him and taken him down, but sort of misses his cue as he runs into safety.
Yep, and that is oh, can he get into cover there? No, luckily, he does not come out here and still stays there inside cover. But this is a southwestern shift of the circle. That is what we are witnessing in this first zone, and so that Camp Charlie Island is going to come into the equation. Now it becomes very interesting. There is a team already inside. Pairan. We know Team Bablu likes to go there and control the game from that situation. How are they going to allow, or are they not going to allow all these teams that are lurking around those edges out there, those river banks out there? What are they going to do? That is going to be the question for me right now.
Considering this sudden, shift. Now this is where things get really hectic around that Painan to the Sami area, the middle junction of it. But I believe Nocto has spotted out the head out from Fizz, but it's Fizz who does manage to take that knock off the face of that push. Fizz still holding himself up, but no, does not stand a chance against the Beryl, and will get traded easily, and the kill comes out.
Yup. And look at this. Mom too. Yeah, he's got to help his teammate, right? And the revive is going to be held here behind closed doors. Let's see how these fights going to shape up for Portal Esports because this is an early encounter and they're getting some kills out of it. Nocto is also getting the revive over here, so sort of a good confidence booster coming into this game. And this is a very important encounter in the overall scheme of things because just the second game for the day, and most of these teams from Group C specifically, they're going to play all the 6 games, right? So it becomes a very important day. What are they going to pull off from these matches that they are playing? But both of these sports, they're just going to play the first 4, right? So it's as important as any game for them as well.
Yeah, it certainly is very important. Now, we haven't really seen much out of Portal Esports today because, the first game, they kind of got shut down early on, could not do much. But this is the game where they sort of are trying to pull in a comeback, right? So this is going to be very important. And they've started off really well. But Team Eliminate, well, I like the positioning from Nawab. Is even has a hunch as to where he can be. If they throw a grenade, then he might be done for. But for the meanwhile, FourRebels, they've had enough. They've taken a lot of damage, did not get a lot of looting space over here, so they decided to retreat, which I feel is a good decision.
Yeah, that is really good decision at this point. You don't want to commit yourself so early into a fight, and I was really worried the way these two teams were going at each other, and it looked like it could be an early end for either of them. But either you wipe out the entire team if you have the things in control. That is a different sort of story completely. But the way they were going, they did not have the entire information, and in that circumstances, for one of the team to retreat, that is the perfect option, I feel. But coming back to the game, the first circle has now started closing in here. We still see a lot of teams that are still outside the circle right now. But look at where the team QWERTY is right now. Once again, lurking around the northeast edge of the zone, and they still have some teams behind their back. So they really need, they have this habit of playing in the thick of things, right? In the previous game as well, they had Team Bablu towards the left hand side. And we saw how Khan and Destroyer were trying to clear them off. And eventually, Khan did clear off Team Bablu with a nade over there. But they have this habit of playing with multiple teams around them. And this is really not a very good strategy, to be honest. It's working for them, honestly, today. But this is a dangerous thing that they are dealing with right now.
It indeed is sort of really dangerous. But right now, I kind of feel bad for the players of FourRebels, right? Again, it's the same Erangel thing going up against themselves, and they were getting caught off there. That was by Team Des, if I'm not wrong. But this time again, facing the brunt right from the very start. So, um, well, they need to find themselves again. But Team QWERTY, they've done their loot. They're happy with it. Few first hits, that's just about it. Just what they needed to go in, playing again from the edges. The last game, they had no managed to secure a chicken. Can they do it again? That's the big question.
Yeah, that is the question for them right now. And if they get back-to-back chicken dinners, certainly their fans are going to be electrified over there. But we'll find that if they are going to, if that happens to them or not. But what about? Let's come to the strategies of the tournament, right? Fixers. We've seen a good look at QWERTY. We have seen a good look at Team Bablu today. How do you rate their chances for winning the entire tournament at this point? The way they are evolving and playing but look at QWERTY. Already two chickens out of the 5 games that they have played. I really feel they have a good chance over here.
Yeah, they certainly have a really good chance. But but in Sanhok, when you enter inside this particular map, it is highly RNG, right? It's mostly RNG. It all comes down to how good or how well positioned you are, how well covered you are. Because if you do not have those covers for yourself, if you do not have good areas, you are easily susceptible to all those third parties. Now, we haven't really seen a lot out of Raindrop. In terms of positioning, they did fairly well, but I really feel they can certainly do better.
Certainly, they can do better, but they can also do better in one more aspect. Fixes, they can get their fourth player on board as well. They are missing out on a lot
Yeah,
of opportunities, and you're going to
that's
miss
true.
out and make mistakes. And this is what you always test yourself around in these sort of a tournaments. Are you equipped enough with not just your skill set but your players as well? Is a question for a lot of teams, and certainly 3 to 4 teams in this lobby as well do not have the answer to that question.
It's going to be so difficult. Right now we've sort of witnessing that kind of a standstill, right? Where everyone sort of is, trying to get inside the zone, trying to do something. And but for meanwhile, as we can see, everyone they're just waiting for their time to come. They're just waiting for someone to be out in the open and take them down.
I like those calendars on the wall here inside inside Sanhok. Have you ever tried reading onto them closely, Fixes?
Um I mean, I would have, but I haven't really. Have you done that though?
No, no, this is the first time I actually spotted it though, but actually looked good. But yeah, I'll certainly try to do that when the next time I hop inside Sanok tonight. But for now, let's see how the game is going to go ahead here. We're already 10 minutes inside the game. The second circle is also going to start closing in just after 40 seconds, and a lot of teams trying to enter towards the mid half of the game. And let's see how the game is going to progress from this point onwards.
Yeah, it's sort of going to be very important as to how teams are going to play this one out. But I'm rather surprised looking at the pace of this particular game. Teams completely just denying to engage against each other. And here we have NFPxTact. They've had a good first game in terms of how they were playing on the first day. So I'm really happy so far with their performance. Now they're just trying to close in. Right in front of them, they do have a squad. I'm actually interested to see if they are going to be committing win for the fight. So that might be really interesting. But for now, nothing much happening anywhere around the map.
But certainly happening good around with this Tesla, right? Totally Esports is hovering around in this beautiful, beautiful vehicle. This is an amazing, amazing vehicle to be honest, and the feeling for riding around in this beautiful vehicle around the grasslands is really, really is amazing.
Yeah, I mean, it is indeed. And sort of, the only reason these days I'd go for that, a Ronnie pickup truck is for that Tesla skin. But I do not have that. But we do have action coming on our way where we've got Khan spotting out one and again getting that second knock as well. He's been doing so much from the front lines, getting so much damage dished out. And the Starks, they've had a good Erangel game, but things are definitely falling down under in Sanhok as the push is on towards him. Has spotted out Hasni as well. Will manage to get one more knock. Now this is huge. Now this is big. This is where Des can actually go in for the push. The final play of Starks. He is making a run for his life. Any single moment he can get spotted out. He's just behind the rock. Des, wow.
Man, that's a really nice fight. That's going to do a lot of good to his confidence, right? Just charging in towards those houses. Let's see with the left peek on, and he's finally got hold of Star, the last lad over there, and eliminates the first team out of this encounter in the 16th position. A beautiful, beautiful display of how to use that 4x over there, and I absolutely, absolutely love the way he was charging in. 3 kills under his belt. He is looking good to go over here.
Yeah, I think Khan was playing phenomenally well, especially in this particular fight, single-handedly, dealing with them. I love the way he transferred his weapon, and I do not know. I think it's just the fact, it's the name, right? Khan. You've got Qwerty's Khan, who's an amazing IGL. Now, Des's Khan is also notching things up, but right now, Team Qwerty in a bit of a pickle, as they've got Mythic right in front of them.
Yep, let's see if you watch another action coming in from another Khan from the region. But look at that, we have a different sort of story building up here. Team Pablo Zebian has been knocked in a different part of the map right now, so that is not a good news for a lot of fans out there. But let's see how Khan is going to charge in here. He's looking to do that quite steadily out here. This is not looking good for the Team Mythical in front of him right now.
This certainly isn't. But Team Quetty needs to decide. Elsewhere, we've got a lot of fights. Team Quetty have finally rushed inside the compound. Rahman, let's see, what is he up to? He's lobbing a grenade. He's trying to do so, but might do something better from around here. As Rahman just trying to push in. Almost getting knocked out, but still alive in this fight. Coffin is trying to, deal some damage, but he hasn't really stepped out from his cover. And with that, we've got our beautiful faces back up. And why is one thing that you all must be wondering, right? And well, gotta give you this sad news, sad little story. The match is gonna get rehosted.
No worries. This is going to be some desert action upcoming in the game number
Yeah.
2, and yeah, we are going to find out who is going to be the king of the desert over here. And the answer to that, I think, instantly the first name that comes and that pops inside the mind, that is Team Bablu, right? They always come up with that answer. Who can win the chicken dinner from this region in Miramar? So we'll find that out if Team Bablu gets those 15 points or not. But certainly, we're just wishing them at this point, and we'll find that out pretty shortly.
Yeah, we certainly will. I mean, in a short span of time, sure. But I don't think there's enough to talk about this game because this game never existed, ladies and gentlemen. But
It did
yeah,
not happen.
teams like Star, they must be happy about it. Oh, thank God it is a rehost. And yeah, of course, I mean, to maintain the fairness to every single player, to maintain that, the connectivity issues are completely clean. We need to make sure that everyone is playing under the same ping,
Yeah.
almost nearby to each other. And for that, we highly recommend our network partners. That's going to be Song 4G. I mean, few of the teams did not have that, but you did not miss out because, I'm being a competitive player as well. I've always faced that one issue. With those networks, they're not constant, right? But with Song, they've optimized the networks just for PUBG Mobile. So making sure you have a seamless experience while you're in the game. So do not forget to check them out. But eventually, I mean, Trooper, like
Yeah.
we were sort of anticipating Miramar, and then Sanhok happened, and then we will have a rehost, and we will go back to the deserty lands because for a second I was just getting my pina coladas on. I was sort of getting into that rainforest vibes, but then I realized I missed out on my salsa. So I couldn't leave that around. I've got my nachos. My salsa is also ready. That was just waiting over there. So I think I finally will be munching on that. But yeah, Miramar being if you ask the Pakistani players, majority of them would of course opt for Miramar being their favorite map, and this is where I think teams like Paplu need to really shine.
Yeah, they really need to, and that is the first name that pops up in my head whenever I think about the entire region and the Miramar map. And let's see if that is going to be the scenario here or not. But other teams are also looking for a good game, right? We have got some good teams inside the lobby already who have got a good confidence going after the first game. The kind of performance DS official was putting off in this game was also something to watch out for. Let's see what Khan is going to do when he's going to go into that desert map. And certainly, Portal Esports as well. They were good the last time we watched them inside Miramar. They're also
Yeah.
going. They're also going to hope that they get a good game out of this desert game that is upcoming next.
Yeah, I think even Portal Esports look good in Sanhok also. But we will talk about Portal Esports a lot more. But right now, we're going to be heading for a short little break because coming right after is the action from Miramar.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Zone 4G, official partner of PUBG Mobile in Pakistan. PUBG Mobile का real मजा सिर्फ Zone 4G पर. Let's get digital.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the PUBG Mobile National Championship, the Pakistan region, of course, brought to you by Oppo F19 Pro. And Trooper, it's been quite an eventful evening. Now we've headed in directly to the deserty lands of Miramar this time, and taking a look at the flight path trajectory, we have it heading from La Trilera towards Tierra Bronca.
Yep, and an interesting plane path. There are a lot of cities that are accessible to this plane path, so it's not going to pose a lot of problems to majority of the teams. Even Los Llanos is glidable from this plane path. So only Puerto Parasa and Impala I feel a little bit far away. So the teams have the ideal plane path to go towards their drop locations in this game. So it's not going to pose a lot of problems for them. Just go down there, find your guns, get the vehicles, move inside the zone, and get the 15 points. Who is going to do that inside Miramar? That is the question.
That indeed is. Now that's going to be very crucial for these players, right? Now, taking a look at how they're dropping off. Now, a lot of teams, like we've already mentioned, no, they love their Miramar. Now, if you talk about it, I think we have to take a look at the circle. Now, the circles haven't really been too alright. They've been sort of towards mostly around crater fields, around San Martin. Yesterday, we did see one circle around Los Leones. So today I'm excited to see where the circle is going to form. It's been ages since we've casted in the El Azhar zone, so I think I would want to look at that as well. But here we have it
Oh.
towards Los Leones and Impala. So a change in taste, but let's see how the teams are gonna sort of accommodate themselves inside this eastern zone.
I just want a urban finish fixes, to be honest. If this final circle heads towards right at the center of the city of Los Angeles, that is only what I want at this point. If the PUBG gods are listening, please just grant me this wish, because it's been such a long time that I have witnessed a game where the circle finished right inside the middle of the city, because it becomes such an amazing, exciting game whenever that happens.
Yeah, it does, right? I mean, it sort of changes the mechanics of Miramar, right? You sort of talk about Miramar, you think about those hilly areas, those ridges, those open grounds. But once it kind of pans down to Los Leones, you have to rely heavily on your grenades, on your stuns. Might as well, change your loadouts, because then you would want to use those SMGs to get up close, maybe a shotgun also
Yeah.
does come handy. But by the looks of it, we do have a few early skirmishes right in front of us. That's going to be NB going up against KO. They've got Montenuevo also sort of crowded with the NFPxTact and FourRebels. So those are the two areas where we do see something might happen. But if we take a look at Team Bablu, they've dropped off. Faladema, they're gonna feel safe right now. They also have that certain rotation going in. If they sort of execute that, they really do not have anything to worry at all.
Certainly, and that is a big rotation that Team Bablu can make, but that is an open passage. But the information that we have, they do not have, certainly. But Team Bablu is equipped enough. They're going to take their time, read the situation, will try to get the information, and then move into that rotation. And if they are going to do so, it's going to be an easy passage for them, because eventually they're going to find no one in that part of the map. But let's see when we are going to watch some action coming in from Team Bablu. But the good thing here, fixes, that we have got the lobby size back to 62. So now we have just two teams, Mythical and RD. Those are the just two teams, Raindrop, that is, who have missed on two players. So with this rehost, it has given opportunity to two players to come back into action. That is sort of a good news for these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to help, but to what extent, that is something that I'm really interested in. But taking a look at the players of KO Knockout, they've not really had a good start in the first game, right? And coming into the second, they would want to get themselves a good position. But there you have it, the top 8 squads right now. You've got Max still leading the charge, but we do have to consider the fact that they've played 8 games. So I think Team QWERTY does have a good shot and sort of toppling them over by the end of the evening. because they'll be playing most of their games. So that's gonna get really interesting. So we've got Kevlar right in front of us, and Team Legion currently ranked 30th. Right, they haven't been looking good at all. They've been getting those kills, just 14 out of all the games that they've played. So this is going to be an important game for themselves. I'm not asking much. I'm not asking you to be winning this one. I mean, winning is something that you aim for. But then again, I'm asking for maybe a top five finish with at least 3-4 kills. I think that's good to go.
And you should keep trying, right?
Yeah.
That is important because match after match, you got to learn from your mistakes. And you got 24 matches, right? If you just sort of go into and get 6 matches that you end up inside the top five, even then you're going to qualify for the top 24. You got to look at it from a different way. But if you're constantly repeating the same mistakes, not getting the results, then there's something really wrong either with the combination or the communication or with the decision making of your IGL, and you really got to rethink about it. But the way these teams have made it to the top 32 teams, there's something that you've done right at some stage, right? So you just got to
Right.
stick on to that, put your head down and just work things out back, that what is it that you're trying different and is not working in your favor if you're struggling in the bottom eight, because this is not that kind of a bottom eight that is really trying hard and there's a lot of competition for them. They're just sitting and chilling and relaxing, sort of laid back position out there. They're not just trying to jump out of it and they're being pushed back
Whoa.
by the remaining 24 teams. But wow, 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 wow. That's
Whoa.
an amazing, amazing skin out there, Pixels.
I mean, I think that has to be the best skin of them all. I mean, I had not really seen this one, but this does look like a charger, right? Having that turbocharger right in front. I really I kind of love the sound of the Mirado, but oh my goodness. I mean, we're looking at so many beautiful cosmetics, especially not just with the weapons, but with the vehicles, with their outfit, with what they've done to the guns. And I mean, we're not, I mean, we're even looking at even better ones in the nearby future, like the collaborations that we are having in with Mercedes. We've got Tesla, we've got all the big companies coming in, and this overall is creating such a good ecosystem for the esports arena that we are in. But getting back to the game, Team Envy, well, what are your thoughts about them? Because even in Erangel they could not do much.
Let's see. Erangel is a completely different ball game, right, Pixels? But
Yeah.
oh, look at this! This is a nice. I got to really watch some more trick videos, right? Because that is where I'm going to learn all this stuff. But inside a competitive game, you're taking that sort of a height that might
Okay.
just go against you as well.
But look at this team Mythic, so well prepared. I mean, just thrown in, and they've got a good chance at just blowing this vehicle into smithereens. The minibus somehow still escaping. I mean, well, talk about whiffing your shots.
That is the comedy of errors, as we can say. Once again, here, a team making a mistake, but the other team, instead of capitalizing, just letting them slip away from their jaws, and you certainly would not get a lot of points if you're going to allow that, right? This is not a good place to be, my friend. If you get knocked over here, it's going to become a hell of a paradise over there on top of that terrace out there. So quite an interesting decision coming in from the lads out there, but let's see how that is going to shape out for all these players. But quite a slow start, I would say. 9 minutes already inside the game, not a single knock that we have witnessed till now, and certainly this was not the kind of thing I was expecting inside the first Miramar. But it's a good thing in a different sense. The teams are reading out and they're getting a good area for their drop locations that they're looting up. They're just getting ready and just moving into the rotations. So we might just head into a really exciting final circle here then.
Yeah, we certainly can, right? Because, well, I mean, you're talking about Team QWERTY, so I think, you know, they've gotten that chicken, they're feeling themselves, and I think they might want to get one more. And, you've got Khan being the IGL. We do know how deadly his call outs can be. They do not really like playing passive, right? This is one of those teams that, tends to play on your positions. If they do know for a fact that they can go in, they can push, and they can get some few kills for themselves, they definitely do. But Then again, it has been sort of a slow affair right from the very start. And I think the pressure surmounting on these teams is understandable, right? They do know with every single passing game, if you do not collect enough points for yourself, so somewhere down the line, teams are going ahead. So everyone sort of wants to have a rather safer approach, rather let the zone do all the playing over here, let the zone shrink in. And once you have the control over it, that's where you start fighting, get those skills. But personally speaking, I kind of like some early skirmishes, and then during those mid phases, it's understandable if the teams do manage to rotate. But let's see what happens in this game, as we are still in pursuit to find our first knock of this lobby.
Yeah, Fixes, I'm right here with you. I'm in for the same pursuit. But honestly speaking, I really don't like early skirmishes. But yeah, that has to be a bit of a tactical move then. But that is certainly not happening over here. They're just looting up, and they've got the space, and it's sort of a passive approach for the first half of the game. But we'll find that out. How are they going to use the utilities? They've been equipped beautifully now. Look at that, level 3 backpacks, level 3 gears, level 3 vest already. Not the level 3 helmet though, but it's still a decent loot that all the player is holding up right now in front of us from Portal Esports Nocto. But that is sort of the similar story for all the teams, right? They've got the loot, they've got the vehicles, and now what you can do. That is sort of the situation we come into. We and I did spot Khan using an SLR, and I just wanted to talk about it though. But if you until the first knock pops up, what do you think?
I mean, you talk about Khan, right? We do know how good he is. But in the map of Sanhok, we did see Khan from Des was also popping off. Was happy for about himself, but eventually sort of did not matter. But do we have QWERTY going up against Renaissance? And there has been that one pick already that we will, of course, lose out on his life. And Team QWERTY, they've started off finally witnessing the first knock after 11 minutes. But they've not managed to find one more. But at the same time, Wolverine, look at him, he's too much out in the open. If he does not find cover really soon, I think he might just be done for. But what he can even do further over, he's just try to flat out the tires, in case even if someone comes for his aid, he does not have a way out.
That's a very risky endeavor for Wolverine, right? But he's gotten away with it. He's got teams inside. He's got his teammates inside the vicinity. But I certainly had no idea what he was trying to do. I think he some sort of got a cue over there that there was an opponent over there, and he was trying to carve him in his scope. But certainly that was not the case that he could do. Still, no kills for his team out there. Let's see what they're going to do. But coming back to other teams outside the zone, Star Triple One being one of them, it's a very important encounter for this team as well. We saw they got eliminated in that game that wasn't counted earlier, so it's sort of a very good opportunity for them. How would you call it, Fixes? A rechance maybe for these teams to uh, come back and get some points out of the second game, which they missed out in that.
Yeah, I think, of course, I mean, a lot of teams had faced the brunt, right? So, Stars definitely being one of those teams. Now, they've got their four players still alive. They kind of have that sigh of relief. I think this team must be the happiest when, they got the message that the lobby was getting rehosted finally. All right, that was a nightmare that we had to deal with, but we are fine for now, as they've decided to go as far as to the edges, play around Impala, but they've got another squad right beside them who apparently want to take the city, which is already crowded. But we do have Team Baplu getting in a skirmish against the players of FourRebels.
I like the strategy coming in from Star 11, right? They're towards the edge of the zone. They know if they're going to take this height, they're going to backstab the teams holding up inside the city of Impala. So they're searching for kills. So they have the loot, and now they're trying to make that impact. And just sort of an impact, if they can make it inside the game, that is literally going to show inside the overall standings as well. So this is sort of a good approach for coming in from Star 11. Let's see how that is going to shape for them. But on the other part of the map, we see Team Bablu also going into a fight, Team Cody also getting into a fight. So multiple fights have erupted just about when we crossed the 14-minute mark into the game, and some teams have already started losing players. So it's sort of pacing up into the right direction. The gears are changing inside the game, and coming back to this action in Impala, where Star 111 is trying to somehow find those pixels of those players inside Impala. But here we have Nox coming in over the players of Team Legion as well. So multiple fights fixes right from the word go over here.
Yeah, finally, the fights are coming up as the teams have realized the circle has started shifting, but Wolverine being taken down over here, Kevlar being the one who will eventually find the kill. I'm actually interested to see where the zone has actually formed around. I mean, so many teams are just clustering on towards Impala, so it's gonna be rather interesting. But Portal Esports right now, they've got a good position. Nocto has gotten that rest back up, but Mom2 has fallen down. Now, this is Team Star getting those knocks for them, but have eventually been traded off. Got that high ground advantage. That's the benefit of it. But now, taking a look at Team Pub, they've managed to secure 2 kills. This time, they've got the players of Knockout Route in front of them, but eventually, Danny gets taken down by the one player from Team KO. Let's see how Team Bablu make a comeback.
Yeah, and look at that. Dan is knocked out there. Then we have news coming in from Impala as well. Nox coming in for Star 111 out there. And look at this. Is it a backstab upon them? Yep. I thought they were going to do the backstab on the city of Impala, but they have been backstabbed themselves. Lucky for them that they've spotted it right on time and pulled down that player from the Legion out there. And he's going to punish him with that big M249 of his and send him right back into the lobby. One more point for them. But on the other side, inside the kill feed, we see Zebian getting more kills for his team. So let's see how the match is going to go ahead, because the fourth zone is now about to close fixes. That is going to start in just the next 10 seconds from now. And still, I find a lot of teams that are fighting outside the zone. It's going to be a pretty tricky situation for all these teams.
It certainly will be. Now, take a look at Team Mythic. They've been absolutely pushed in. But Malik, this is the time where he needs to come out for the aid of his teammate. He needs to make his presence felt. He needs to shoot the few shots over there, but not doing so. Meanwhile, Hansi is under heavy fire as NP just charge in, and KSF is the one who is going to be dishing out all that damage. Now, Malik, well, he's certainly late to the party, and being the last player surviving, made all the wrong decisions. If he had helped his friend, then maybe things could have changed. But now, Team Mythical just on the verge of elimination, as Malik trying to spray around has taken quite some damage, hasn't really been able to deal a lot, and there you go, goes falling down, and Team Envy wipes out Team Mythical.
First team to fall out of this lobby of 16 teams that joined in the game of Miramar, Team Mythical. They're not going to be really happy with that, but I certainly see they really did try hard there, but it was just a bit too much for them at that point. And the way they have been eliminated by NV, 3 kills for them. Bablu also interesting. They have already got 3 kills out of this contest. So you see why Fixers, they are such a favorite team inside the map of Miramar, right? In no time already, we haven't seen them in a lot of fights, right? They were just involved in that one fight, and out of that one fight, they've already got 3 kills for themselves.
Yeah, they certainly have. Now, let's see what the players of Lost Esports are up to. Unknown, just healing himself up. But Team QWERTY find themselves in a very good spot. They are inside the zone. All they need to do is deal with all the other teams, but they're surrounded, right? They need to be very picky with their fights. They cannot, make any sort of wrong decisions over here, because one slight mistake will, of course, cause their demise. Now, FourRebels, they've also been eliminated from the game, as now it's going to be the hell breaking loose around Miramar, because the early game was sort of silent, but Hasni,
Yeah.
I think he wants to make a move this time on the players of Team Pub.
And there's another rotation coming in from behind. I just spotted that inside the mini map over there towards the right hand side corner. So all these teams that are still fighting, look at this, 3 teams still inside the vicinity, just around Team Bablu as well. And a rotation just moving around the corner. Still 14 teams inside this 4th circle. That's a pretty crowded lobby for 46 players. And let's see how these players are going to now handle the situation, because now it matters the most. What have you looted? Where are the smokes? How are you going to utilize it? And how are you going to clear out all these angles that are going to trouble you you when you're going to make your next rotation, because the fifth circle has certainly moved towards this part where we saw Team Pablo trying to clear out their vicinity, and multiple teams were already present over there. So this is going to create problems for all the other teams who are now finding themselves outside the zone with this shift of the zone.
Ah, that was a good effort, but eventually Hunter being taken down. Now, Team Envy, they do know who their next target is, and one of the players of Knockout has actually been knocked out. Let's see if they are actually going to commit in for the push. But Dani, he's trying to save his fallen comrade over here, but for how long can he hold that? And Team Envy, they're not rushing in, they're not being
Yeah.
impatient, because they also do understand for a fact that one slight small misstep, there's so many teams still alive, so many players still kicking off. It's the fifth zone and 43 players, just the classic Miramar circle you usually get to see in the Southeast Asian region. But today, here we have it in the Pakistan PUBG Mobile Miramar game. So all the teams definitely are confident about it, and Team Bablu is under some artillery threat coming in from the players of Des Officials.
I'm really impressed the way this team is playing out there. Team Envy, they're not committing themselves into the fight quite early because they know there are multiple teams around them. But coming back to more fights that we are witnessing, CAFXSSP getting some kills for themselves. They're badly needed, struggling really bad on the overall ranking of these team. Let's see what they're going to do with it. But look at this rotation coming in from Joker. Remember Fixes, he got a kill for a 625 meter the first day when we watched him. And now once again, he's into this rotation right now towards the southern side. Let's see what sort of an impact can Joker make into this lobby, because already Team Pablo is finding themselves pretty close to DS Official, who is trying to take hold of their compounds. Right now, they are stuck in that smoke cloud just behind that ridge, and a barrage of utility being thrown directly towards them. Let's see if they are somehow able to go survive this onslaught coming in from Team Pablo upon them.
Yeah, it's going to be so interesting because both the teams have been exchanging those grenades over there, but no one has sort of found a knock over which they can actually decide to capitalize upon. As the fifth circle has started closing in, we've got Wolfrey on the sidelines getting the better out of the players of Raindrop over here, as this time Khan, he's spotted Team Eliminate. Hasn't taken shots though, does not want to make his presence felt until and unless he's 100% sure that he can get a knock.
Look at the number of players already knocked at this very point, right? For so many teams out there. That is also interesting. A lot of fights erupting, and with the fifth circle just about to shape, there's going to be the sixth circle that is going to be here pretty soon. Let's see. Smokes being deployed. Team NB, they've been really patient so far, but the last guy is standing somehow trying to survive over here. That is Ahmed, and he really badly needs to put that revive button on Apso over there. But look at Hassan, if he can get that. That is a smoke. He's just trying to buy some time maybe for himself, but this is not what you should be doing, Hassan. When you've got multiple players down, this was the moment for you to charge, maybe use a nade or something, but somehow he's gone for that passive approach. That is sort of the weakness for Star 111, I feel, in this game. Let's see what they can make out of the situation that.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be very intense. Now we've got Triple One still surviving, but Team Envy somehow have managed to revive their teammate. And well, the nades being popped off, but not doing significant amount of damage. But this time, Team Envy do want to go in for the push, and he somehow has kept himself alive. You've got to see Hassan for how long, and there you have it. Finally being taken down, and this is Team Envy that we are talking about, right? They've managed to secure
Yes.
5 kills, but Unknown's just dropping another grenade, or rather it's a Molotov. Is it gonna connect, or the second one also being lobbed in the air onto towards the players of Des Officials? But they've done a decent job in sort of trying to dodge it, but mid any single moment, if the vehicle explodes, he is done for.
And look at that, with every passing time, with every passing seconds, there is a team that is falling down right now. We're down just to 10 teams. ELM down to one player. Lost Esports just has one. Legion has just got one. So there are a lot of teams that are just playing for some positioning points out here. Let's see what they're going to do. But look at this, Team NB that was playing so good. We were so excited with the kind of performance that Team NB was doing, but not a good game for them in the overall. Eliminated in the 10th, and best Portal Esports following them out of the game. Element Esports also. What is happening over here? Fixes back-to-back teams thrown out of the lobby over here.
back to back. I mean, things have started getting so much more intense. Rahman and Khan, this time they've been taken down, but Danny from Team Bablu, he is doing the job. And we've been talking about it, right? Miramar being one of Team Bablu's strongest suits, strongest maps. 9 kills already, all 4 of their players alive. They certainly are really close to get their chicken. But there you have it. You know, one of the players were on top, but eventually had been taken down, or they're still alive. But look at Khan having M249, you know, even after the nerf, he's using it to perfection, getting those crucial few kills. But Team Bubbly, look at that compound they're holding. That's a fortress that has been so very well defended.
However, that gun gets enough. The advantage of not reloading it up till the magazine completely eliminates is always going to be there, fixes, right? So that is one aspect that the good players are always going to go for it, I feel. And let's see if that aspect is going to come in for the game right now. But for now, this fortress of Team Bablu, is it outside the zone? That is what my question is right now. Because by the looks of it, I think they at some point they really need to step out these walls, and that is when I think the ES official, if they are reading the mini zone, if they're reading the map perfectly and the zone perfectly, I think they can sense an opportunity in this game over here.
Yeah, of course. Now, Des, look at them. I mean, they sort of are playing from the edges. They need to get inside the zone. It's going to be such a daunting task, considering you've got Team Pablo right ahead of you, and there are a few more teams right beside you. So it's going to be interesting. But Sibian finally, taking the fall. And he also does understand, right? They need to make it to the edge of the zone, because we still have 5 teams alive, 14 players, even in the 7th circle. So not a lot of room to move around, but you need to pick your fights. And there you have Khan coming in, but Khan from Team Des is spraying down, blowing up the vehicle, resulting in Khan 420's knocks. But the trade-offs are not going to be there in time, as Team Bablu have taken one of their players, lost out from themselves as Team Test. They are looking so good. They're looking so promising over here. But Hasni, that's too much on his plate, as Teen Wolf will knock him out.
Yeah, and that is an opening that Teen Wolf has created for his team that was desperately needed for Team Bablu right now. It's been their game till now, but now it is slipping out of their fingers. And if they really need to grasp on it, this is the moment when they really need some utilities to create that cover for themselves, because there's not a lot of terrain out there that is going to help them at this point. With multiple teams inside the vicinity, this is looking the ES officials' game. If Wolverine and Destroyer can somehow take it away from both these teams, I would be really, really surprised. But they're also not in a very bad position, to be really honest. They can turn this fight at any point. And look at Wolverine. He's going to get those fresh helmet vests under this circumstances. That is going to change things completely. Let's see what sort of an impact can he make. Team Bablu and DS official right in front of where Team Quirty is looking right now. But TES also in a decent position. This is a difficult position for Team Bablu, and they are using all the utilities. When are they going to get exhausted with the utility? That is going to be the thing. Destroyer makes an opening on DS meanwhile, and while all this is shaping up between these two teams, Team Bablu is still surrounded in their own smoke out there.
Yeah, I think we'll take a look at this one. It's a beautiful grenade coming in from Destroyer, taking down Myth in the process. Now, I think the final showdown certainly will be between Team QWERTY going up against Team Bablu. Now, this is something that the fans have been waiting for. These two Goliaths to go up against each other, as Destroyer spots out Zibian, gets a beautiful knockout as Team Bablu. The numbers are dwindling, just 2 players alive, and in a 2v2 situation against Team QWERTY.
What a game coming in from Team QWERTY right now. I was certainly not hoping this to be their game. But this situation, the way they have controlled this fight is really, really amazing. Applying pressure back and again on DS official, eliminating them out of the game. But now Team Wolf right in front of Destroyer. Destroyer really needs to put him down, and he will pin him down there. And I think this was his 10th kill out of this game. Destroyer completely diminishing Team Bablu out in this final fight. And the way Team QWERTY have taken this chicken dinner, amazing game coming in from this team. I'm really impressed with their performance in the Miramar game, and that was Team Bablu, the biggest name in the Miramar map, in front of them, and they came out with back-to-back chicken dinner in this Miramar game.
You've got to say it, right? Team Bablu sort of messed up in that situation, and Team QWERTY coming out on top. And Destroyer, I'm loving this play. I mean, right from the first day, he's been doing so much for his teams. He's been getting so many kills for his team. He's been getting so much damage for his team, and has been such an important element for his team. And you talk about Team Bablu, right? It was a 3v2, nothing taken away from them. The players were way out in the open, those small caps being worked
Ooh.
upon, and there you go. Purely just describing them, 11 kills,
You got
1346 damage, and wow, that's surreal.
He got
That's
all three
insane.
of them, right? Destroyer got all three of them out of
Yeah.
Team Pablo. I saw he had 8 kills there. Now he's showcasing 11 over here. What a game coming in! A big game coming in from Destroyer. A game which was quite silent for the first 13-14 minutes had a big ending towards the end, and I'm really excited the way Team Query is performing today. 2 matches, 2 chicken dinner. They're on the right path over here already, but the way they are showcasing, dominating the final circles. Remember the way they were charging on just like lions onto the beaches inside Erangel as well, and the way they were charging out here inside the final circle in front of Team Bablu, getting those important knocks and then converting it against Teen Wolf in that 1v1 situation. That was an amazing fight that Team Cody is pulling off over here.
Yeah, definitely. And getting that back to back, I think Destroyer has to be, one of those players that we are going to be talking about, because whenever you talk about QWERTY, the few names that pop up, Rahman, then you've got Khan, but now Destroyer is finding his place, getting the highest damage every single time he comes into, and he's displayed that yet again. But taking a look at match summary, I mean, it's Destroyer all over again. But you talk about the most utilities used, it's of course going to be unknown, and not a lot of assists that we did see. It's steady, getting just those 2. But overall, I mean, map sort of started off a little bit slow, but eventually, as things started falling into place, eventually as the zone started shrinking, we got to see the better of teams. Team Bablu were looking really promising, but towards the very end, they 100% completely messed it up.
I would like to talk about Team Bablu over here. They've got a good point. They've got out of this game 24 points, right? But they had the compound. It was their fortress. And if you remember fixes during the late mid game, Team DS official was lurking around just outside where Team Bablu was holding up, right? And Team Bablu was throwing barrages of utilities towards them. They did not get an opening on DS official, but DS officials smartly made the move. They controlled the ridges around the compound, and the fortress that Team Bablu was holding up sadly became their own grave. And when the moment came, they had to come out of that compound. They actually found no terrain cover whatsoever. They had the smoke certainly, but with the uses of the smoke, they were just blinding themselves up as well, and that gave the opportunity to Destroyer. And he absolutely made sure to capitalize on it. And DS was in a peculiar position. They had their attention divided, once towards the left hand side and incoming team, and towards the right they had Team Bablu coming in. And the way they have handled the situation, Team QWERTY, is absolutely amazing.
They certainly are. I mean, you talk about them, right? Wow. I mean, Team QWERTY getting that back to back. I think I love this from them. So, but then again, not a lot to talk, because I could not even see the map even for a second, right? It was not shown at all. I'm quite disappointed, I must say. But then again, uh, you're talking about the entire map. We mostly were looking at Team Bablu sort of holding on to that one fortress that they were
That was a
cutting, and they
mistake,
did
yeah.
that in a very wonderful manner. As we take a look at the Oppo F19 Pro moments, I mean, well, you've got to say it, Team Bablu, this chicken dinner could have been theirs, but
Yep.
it was Team QWERTY, just out of sheer dominance, sheer aggression, just clinched it away from them.
It's an interesting thing, fixes that the way you put up, right, that they were holding the fortress, and it was a brilliant performance coming in from them. I absolutely agree to it, but you got to understand when to leave the fort, right? That is also coming. That has also got to come into the equation, and that was just a little bit of a mistake that Team Bablu did, and the others capitalized. I feel the DS capitalized on them more. They did not allow them to come out of that compound, and in this final moments, we can see in the Oppo F19 Pro moments the way Destroyer charged in. It was an amazing, valiant effort coming in from him, and I'm really impressed the way this team is playing out here.
Me too. And there you have it, getting 3 chicken dinners just from the 6 games that they've played. They've already toppled over Max Esports, clinching themselves the first spot, and they are looking untouchable. But Team Bablu, they're also making their climb back in, and we've been talking about, how good they are in Miramar, right? It was just that Team Qwerty was certainly better, and especially Destroyer. The way he's been, rampaging through, he's on a beast mode. And there are certain tournaments where, you're starting to feel yourself, starting to perform. He had been under the shadows of the likes of Khan and Rahman. Finally, establishing his own position for himself. He has been phenomenal. But Death Official, yes, from the Khan, from Death Official, I am seeing some good, kills coming out from him, some good game sense coming out. How prolific he was with those M249 sprays. So that was also promising. That was also really good. But either ways, for a few teams, they still need to try harder. They still need to do better. And Raindrop Mythical, they need to watch out, because they still have a few more games before they sort of cover things up, before, they reach that 8 matches played marker. But if they continue doing that, we're looking at them just falling down.
It's already looking curtains for Renaissance to be really honest. 6 matches, 4 points. What are you doing, mates? What are you doing? Just 2 placement points. Just 2 placement points. Ooh, that's really going to be a tough thing for Renaissance 7 over there. But apart from Renaissance, the other teams, the other 7 teams in the bottom 8, they're not very far away from those teams who are in the 28th to 24th position right now. So it's not curtains for them, to be honest, but they really got to try hard.
They certainly will have to. But right now, ladies and gents, we will be taking a short little break, because coming right after is the map of Sanhok.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Zone 4J, official partner of PUBG Mobile in Pakistan. PUBG Mobile का real मजा सिर्फ Zone 4G पर. Let's get digital.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the PUBG Mobile National Championship, the Pakistan region, of course, brought to you by Oppo F19 Pro. And we are certainly going to be headed in towards Sanhok, where we've got quite some streak going on. You've got QWERTY on their verge of getting that hat trick, right? Back to back, they have been, performing. They've been grinding it out. Let's just not wait any longer, and we also need to thank our network sponsors. That's going to be Zong 4G. Now, we've been talking about them, right? A lot of the players, sort of complain about having ping issues. But once you've got this network going in, once you've got this, you've all your ping issues get fixed up. There's absolutely no lag in the game when you are on Zong 4G. The response time is great and the ping is amazing. If you're playing PUBG Mobile and you want the best gaming experience, switch to Zong 4G and take your gaming to the next level.
I completely agree with you, Fixes, on that. But I was just hoping that you do not jinx the hat trick, Fixes. You did that once again. You did that earlier for I8, then again for Max G, and now it is Corey that is on the hat trick right now. And I was just hoping that you would not say that. But since you have brought that up, let's see if the internet connection is going to help them over here or not get that chicken dinner or not. Or are they jinxed already?
Well. The map is something that we really need to focus on, and I think I want to take a look at the circle this time around, right?
Yeah.
Because we did see the one Sanhok that was sort of rehosted, that was on towards the southern side. It's been quite a while that we're getting that Camp Alpha and Hatin area, right? That Hatin zone, and it's going to be important to see what's gonna happen over there, but right now it's sort of a standstill. We're still waiting for the zone to shape up.
But
Team Bubble just dropping off over there, but Team Eliminate this time, they're gonna be happy about the fact that they are not having anyone contesting against them.
But this is a rare occasion, right? Fixes no teams inside the Camp Alpha Island altogether. That's a big chunk of space to be looted up, and no teams whatsoever out there. Luckily, we have Lost Esports controlling boot camp area this time. But I like how the teams are evenly spread across the Camp Bravo and Camp Charlie Island, but no teams on Camp Alpha. That's a bit of a homework for the teams. You can just go over there. A lot of good teams from the region choose Hartin and Camp Alpha as their drop locations and make amazing rotations. So there's a lot of stuff out there that you can work upon and play inside the Sanhok game. And this is something that these teams really need to work upon. But coming back to the game here, 16 teams, 60 players inside the Sanhok game. We have already got some players that have been eliminated, and Portal Esports looks like they've found some early action for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, Team Portal Esports, again, not really having an eventful Miramar game, but you never know. The last Sanhok, which was sort of re-hosted, they started off well, right? So let's see Renaissance this time, just getting 4 points out of, all the matches they have been playing. They have been looking terrible. They need to do something. They need to do it quick because the team above them has still got some 20 plus points. So that's something that they really need to work around with. Just need to stick to the basics, hold on the center, do something, but get a few kills.
They're certainly trying, right? But they're not getting the results in their favor. So I think they got to try something else. Go deep into the game this time. You're not even getting placement points. You're not getting kill points for a change, but you're also not getting some placement points. So this time, just go deep into the game. Try to survive as a team for at least 15 to 16 minutes, maybe. Try to gather those smokes that might just help you in those crux situations. Not look for a fight in the early game. That can be the only thing that I can suggest to Renaissance 7 at this point. But certainly, this is a trend for this team, right? They always go into that early fight, lose out, give away those 4 points to some of the other team, and then just wait on for the next match. And they really need to figure out that this is not the kind of strategy that is working in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, in Sanhok, right? Those strategies do not, come down because you think one thing and something else entirely happens, right? You are thinking that, all right, I've gotten my loot. I would want to go on with my rotation. I want to carry it forward, but then suddenly, out of nowhere, there's a team waiting for you. So in Sanhok, it is all about having a proper game sense. It's all about reading how the teams like to rotate, at what timings they do rotate. And I like Team Bablu dropping off in Binance, sort of the center of the map. You've got access to a lot of different locations. You've got those tiny mini bridges along which you can play around. So those are the things that certainly can be worked out. But let's see how they perform. They were really close to that chicken. They almost had it.
Yeah.
They even had outnumbered Team QWERTY, but they were still looking on the back lines. Maybe they were sort of recovering from the damage dealt by the players of TES. But whatever it was Team QWERTY that came out on top.
But Pablo has got to focus on this game right as well this time, because Painan they're holding up, and in this sort of a first circle, Painan becomes a very important conjuncture to hold up, and they can certainly get some points with these teams just lurking around those banks, river banks. That is, I can see NFP out there. Then we have Lost Esports coming in from boot camp, so multiple teams that might just head towards where Team Bablu is holding up right now, and we got a beautiful picture there towards the right hand side corner, like a clear example of what might just happen. With the next shift, we'll get a clear idea who's going to head into who, and then we might look some possibilities that might just come up from the center half of the game.
I mean, right now, with the way things are panning around, again, teams have sort of resorted, to kind of go in, drop off, loot, and then just move inside the game, right? So, Legion, you've got Fizz sort of in an engagement. It has managed to knock out one player. Let's see if he can get the confirmation or not.
Let's see if he's going to get the confirmation or not. But as we saw there are a lot of teams that were occupying the island of Camp Bravo and Camp Charlie, to be honest. But look at this news coming in now. Some action coming in from Team Bablu, and this is what I was talking about. They were in
Yeah.
the mid of things, and they've got some action. So trades being taken, but DS also looking around out just outside where Lost Esports is holding up. They are now towards the three warehouses, and there's might be just action coming up any point from boot camp as well. So multiple fights erupting just towards the 7th or 8th minute of this Sanhok game. This is sort of kind of the game and start you like fixes, right? Some early fights, some decent fights that are erupting at the right amount of time over here.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about it, right? Finally, finally, your wishes have been granted. Yesterday, also, I think once we did see Lost dropping off at bootcamp. This time, we've got two teams, so that's something nice. But believe he's holding out. He's spotting a lot of movements happening, but he's not taking the shots, which I think is a wiser choice because you're supposed to take those shots only when you know the player is right out in the open. You are confident you will not only get the knock but also the kill. So that is the only time you should be going in for those shots. But unknown having secured Khan's kill already, so Lost Esports have gotten that upper edge in the fight, right? But let's see what happens as Clutch Wave is just prone in inside the grass. But unknown this time, he's got his eyes onto towards the players of Test Official who've sort of taken those warehouses area. But now take a look at this, right? You've got Portal Esports rotating, you've got Legion rotating, you've got RDX, you've got Envy, everyone sort of clustering around that southern area. But this particular circle sort of tends to go a bit towards where team Mythical is. So I think I really like their chances.
Yeah, and look at where Destroyer is rotating his team into, right? And with Khan being the ideal for sure, but the kind of position they are holding up right now, still once they get into the thick of things and they're controlling it on a surprising level, right? So that is a very impressive thing to do. But now we have got Team Envy in front of FourRebels, so some sort of an action is developing from this part of the map. Let's see what sort of answers is Envy going to put up over there. But FourRebels, they've got a player they're knocked over here as well, so they really need to do something about this. And he also goes down. This is King right there in front of our screens. He's also down there, so there's going to be a lot of pressure now on Hamza and Miracle.
Well, you talk about Miracle. He's under tremendous pressure because Team Legion is just kind of surrounding them. We've got the players of FourRebels also, taking the brunt over there. And the Legion have already secured 2 kills, and there you have it. Getting third-partied again, something that they did not really wanted for themselves, but it is what it is. Now, raindrops do lie in front of Legion, but I believe they have taken another course. They do not have any intention to engage against them. But right now, Team Legion is going in to find some sweet cover for themselves, or maybe get a few more better loot. Because look at Thor; he just has that level one Kevlar and helmet, right? So well, let's see what does he do from that. But Rehman, we finally see this guy in action, and Marsid has taken the blow.
Rahman was just lurking around the areas of boot camp, right towards the southeast side, and Lost Esports was inside boot camp when we last saw them. But yeah, some players of Lost Esports were definitely lurking around the boot camp area as well. So that fight has erupted over there. But as we watched inside the kill feed as well, we saw Raindrop getting some good kills for themselves already in this game. So let's see how the things are going to go ahead over here. Legion finding back-to-back fights for themselves. So that's an interesting game coming up from Legion as well. But they're losing players, taking trades as well. I'm really interested what they're going to do in this game.
Yeah, even me too. Because right now, Legion, they've started off well, something that they desperately needed. But how are they going to take things down to the finish line? But here we have Team QWERTY finally making that push on towards the players of Lost. You've got that one player, Believe. He needs to believe in himself as he's hiding in that mannequin room, and Khan, he's going to push in. He does have that Uzi on towards himself, might spot him any single moment, but he certainly is not in that room, but in a different corner altogether, just outside the compound. But eventually did put up a fight before getting taken down by Rehman. So, Destroyer goes in for an 11 kills rampage, and that sort of leaves Rehman kind of feeling himself sidelined. So he's also going all guns blazing.
That's a healthy competition we all would love
Yeah.
to see, right, from this team. And if that happens, we are going to go for a completely different tangent. With three chicken dinners just in a span of 6 games, and the way they are starting this game off, this is looking a pretty confident start. And look at the kind of rotation they have put up here, just lurking around the corners of boot camp already. Multiple teams in the vicinity. We already did notice DS Official also just round about the corner, and now they are making a mess of Lost Esports in this fight over here. Already the lobby size has been reduced to 43 players. The kind of aggressive stance that has come from multiple teams in this Sanhok game, I'm really impressed. It is definitely going to be the table turner, as we were speaking earlier, Fixes. A lot of teams are going to witness a little bit of a change in their stance in the overall ranking after this game.
Yeah, I mean, this is the healthy competition that you were talking about. But right now, Star is actually pushing on towards Tracker, who eventually gets taken down. It all comes down towards Dani. Does have that barrel, does not have the optimal HP though to engage, but still is trying to push a fight. But eventually, it's gonna be Hassan who puts the final nail in the coffin. And there you have it, another team getting out of this game.
Well, is that an AWM shot that I just witnessed inside the kill feed? I would be really excited if that is an AWM doing some damage to other players inside this lobby, because an AWM inside Sanhok, that is a pretty interesting choice of weapon, to be honest. And because green grasslands, there's a lot of terrain that you got to control, but the fast-paced game, the circles shrink down pretty fast. So you're always in that motion. You're always traversing inside Sanhok if you're playing edges. So that becomes a pretty interesting choice if you're using an AWM sort of gun in this sort of a map. But let's see what sort of an impact that gun is going to make inside the kill feed as we move ahead into the game. Still 13 teams, 39 players. And look at that, Fixes. Teams like Legion, Lost Esports, CS Official, they've already lost multiple players from their team. So a lot of teams that were certainly not doing good in the overall standings are already under pressure in this game. And ELM, that is struggling inside the overall, somehow getting a good start inside Sanhok. So I would be rooting for them. Let's see if ELM can turn the tides in this Sanhok game for themselves.
Let's see. Because they've sort of been looking good in terms of how they've been playing, coming in as an underdog team. I really like the sort of aggression they show, but they've had their good days and they've had their bad, right? So they're somewhere kind of hanging around in the middle. So they really need to find, either you segregate yourself in the upper echelon or you just are on towards the lower areas. So now they've decided they want to do something better. They've already managed to get one knock, but we do have the MG3 dropping off from the airdrop. Now, we've been talking about this gun a lot lately, but we haven't really seen it in action in competitive arena as of now.
I haven't seen a single shot in competitive scenario from that gun till now, to be honest, and I would be really excited to see who is going to be the first player to pick that gun. But for now, Legion into another fight. He's getting shot at. He's going to go down here. This is Team ELM getting in action in front of them. No, this is CAFXSSP getting some shots on them, but the trade is being taken by Thor over here. Let's see if he can get back into the blue. Oh, the blue zone is once again on him, but the first aid is luckily going to get popped on. But Jadu now coming into this 1v1 situation, and Jadu goes out with that drop shot, and Thor makes sure he's just trying to get that zone, the catch on and get inside the white once again, and that is exactly what he's going to do because he does not have any more first aid. Sorry, teammate, I gotta go and play the game. Go ahead.
I mean, commends to him though, but right now we've got one more fight right in front of us as Lixin is gonna go pushing in onto towards the players over here. Let's see if we can find something out. Eventually did spot someone. Oh, alright. Renaissance, what they just done? They did not even fight, even for once. They did not put in an effort. They were basically, basically sandbags, just, waiting to get shot down.
I think he was just waiting for that pizza delivery guy. Where is he going to show up
Come
outside
in,
the
shoot
window?
me, kill me, get done with it.
Yeah,
No effort, zero.
He was waiting for food to be delivered. He was just looking outside the window, to be honest, Fixes, and coming in through the door with all guns blazing. ELM Esports eliminates him out of the game. So that's a different sort of story for them. But let's see how long ELM can go here because they've still got 4 players standing. They've got some good kills already under their belt. This is a decent start for ELM Esports. I really hope that ELM capitalizes on this sort of a start inside the mid game. Look at where Star is holding right now. We have seen them do some backstabbing inside the game of Miramar. But once again, and the sort of rotation they're making, they're sort of moving away from the circle towards the southern side. That's an interesting choice of rotation, to be honest.
Indeed, it is very interesting. But Team Bablu, well, they did spot out one player. They've lost out on Teen Wolf, of course, have secured themselves to finish. Now, this is interesting considering finally they've stepped away, from their drop location, which was apparently in Painan. They need to get inside the circle, though. Not really far away, but then again, they've got such an open area to sort of try and enter in. So that is going to be a bit risky. But let's see what are the boys from Portal Esports up to, because they also have found 2 kills, but they certainly need to do better because coming back into the national championships, you are those old guards, right? The stalwarts of your region. You have had a rich past, but then again you need to sort of continue that sort of legacy or else you are going to diminish. Now they've got a roster shuffle, they've gotten few players around, they'd come in with a lot of promises, but let's see in this game how are they going to perform.
I think Portal Esports is missing the trick over here, to be honest, Fixes. I'd be a little blunt on them. The way they started their first day, they were looking really promising, to be honest, and they did not have any chicken to start their first day as well, but they were seated prominently inside the top 5, and they've somehow slipped out of there, allowed other teams to take control over the overall standings, and that is not a really good sign for Portal Esports. The kind of players they have in their squad, they can certainly dominate the game, but they have been missing out on the trick. I was really hopeful when these 4 games would come, Portal Esports would make a mark in the overall standing, and let's see what they're going to do in this Sanhok game and this next remaining Erangel game, because after that Erangel game that is upcoming, all teams would have played 8 matches in their group stages, and we'll find that what they're going to do. But fight erupting between multiple teams already, but look at how steadily Team Bablu is holding up angles with one of the guys. He is being deployed. Zibian is the one who is being deployed just outside the city. He's making sure, but mistake! That is being punished instantly by Thor. 420. This guy is on a different sort of mission. He's eliminating players single-handedly and taking control of things, but eventually he's going to go down to that player from ELM, I believe, and eliminated out of the game. He just played like a Thor over there.
I mean, such a valiant effort. Commends to these lads. An impressive performances. And I would love the audience, just to spam Thor OP. The way he held himself over there. I mean, he had no choice, right? He did not have any meds, just 5 bandages. Regardless of that, ensure that he got that 1 knock and a kill confirmed. Making sure that his team got that 1 extra kill point over there. Of course, they did fall, but Legion, oh my goodness, that is a very, very good comeback from them. But now taking a look at how the circle has really shifted. Now it has sort of gone just on towards the southern areas of the boot camp. So you've got that high ground compound over there, which hasn't really been contested by a lot of teams. But right now, what we are witnessing is the player of Team Star. In fact, God Fury, he's been taken down. He needs that rest back up. It's going to be very difficult considering they need to travel 200 meters inside the zone. And he, I think, did get that rest, but I think that was a bad call overall. Again, being knocked out, and Hassan and MK, they really have to push in.
Yeah, certainly. And when we looked at the map over there, Fixers, did you notice how QWERTY were interested into the business out there? They were just lurking around the houses of boot camp for quite some time, but the plays on eventually getting the better of McKay over there. Really hard luck for him. But Portal Esports coming in from the southern side, ladies and gentlemen, and we have QWERTY coming in from the north. So these two teams are quite looking good at this point of the map, but let's see what sort of an impact can they make. Team Bablu already reduced to a one-man squad in this contest, but we still have multiple teams. They are looking good. Let's see what sort of a shuffle we can see in the overall standings by the end of this Sanhok that we are witnessing out here.
Well, let's see. I mean, Portal Esports in an interesting spot. I mean, they need to contest in, but NFP Tactical, they have held on to the sort of a best compound over here. But Team QWERTY, they're still fighting their way inside, having secured 3 kills already. Gotta see as to how they perform in this particular game as well. Rahman getting those boosters up, but he knows that he also needs to get inside the zone, and it's going to be so difficult considering the fact that the boys from NFPxTact have their eyes, have their crosshairs on towards you, but Wolverine. Aye, some interesting bolt action. I think we're gonna hear the echo of the big green cannon anytime soon. But look at Destroyer. He's sort of pushing in towards the players of Mythic who are waiting for him. And if he does spot them out, then that's gonna be good. But Malik sort of gave away his position. Of course, the nade did come in, but eventually did find that knock on towards Destroyer. Khan does get the trade, but it's still Ansi who's still alive as Wolverine does spot him down and takes him away as Team Mythical are eliminated on the 8th spot.
Sometimes I'm always worried about the position of QWERTY. Like, look at multiple teams sort of backstabbing them. This is DS Myth just on their backlines trying to pose some problems for them. And somehow, Team QWERTY is still finding those answers. Hasni under a lot of pressure. Those utilities are going to come. The blue zone is going to now trouble him. But somehow, QWERTY always finds that way to tackle that difficult question that is always asked towards them. Now, Khan is down on that tower. He's down due to courtesy to the ump of the lad of Lost Esports out there. But the players, they stick together, they play together as a team, and they always have answers, and they always stand by for each other.
Yeah, they certainly do. And now Portal Esports, you've got Insane. He decided finally he wants to go in for the push. Daniel, he is holding on, does have that M249, does have that LMG, scored those bullets, but the fire rate does not really help against the likes of Uzi, the likes of Tommy. But right now Rahman lobbing a few grenades, trying to do some considerable amount of damage, but it's still Insane in a 1v1 situation against Daniel as he goes on the offensive. But it is Insane who's gonna find the better out of him. And there goes NFP Tactical. Their compound that they were holding has been exposed, but Rahman does not shy away from one more knock, this time onto its knock 2.
This is a hat trick, ladies and gentlemen, that we are about to witness. If QWERTY Esports get this chicken dinner, this is going to get 4 out of 7. That's an amazing thing to pull off if they can. And Portal Esports are standing in their way right now, and they're putting a decent challenge in front of them. Joker taking down Destroyer and eliminating him out of the game. Now Wolverine closing in with his teammates. These are 3 versus 3 situation in which Nocto is also bleeding out. Look at that. Insane is somehow the last guy standing, and somehow QWERTY Esports is going away with this chicken dinner. Do you think, Fixes, it can be stopped over here?
No, certainly not. They are a force to be reckoned with, and well, Insane all by his lonesome. What can this poor lad do right now? Khan just walking around him, just lobbing those grenades, just those molotovs, trying to flush him out from his position as he beats his maker. Team QWERTY getting that hat trick, winner chicken dinner. Finally, the first one of this tournament. A lot of teams have been really close, Team I8 had been close, Team Max had been close, but it is Team QWERTY who are the first team to deliver that hat-trick. And look at the number of kills, 14, 15, 14. I mean, the kind of points that they are earning for themselves. Again, sort of solidifying their first position, making sure that they have taken the lead miles afar. believe Trooper.
Yeah.
All right. I think you were in shock because for a moment I thought, I mean, you just lost your chain of thoughts. But Rehman, this time the wizard has awakened, right? I mean,
Yeah.
he was in his slumber, and looking at Destroyer sort of boosted him, and that's the kind of a friendly competition we would want from Team QWERTY. And a new org, a new name, but the players do remain same. Domination just getting better day by day.
Amazing performance. I was really impressed the way they won this fight because it was not their game, to be honest. They were on the slope. They were surrounded by enemies from multiple sides. There were players who were holding up good angles against the area where they against the terrain where they were holding up, and it did not look that Team QWERTY can go ahead and get this chicken dinner. They were silent for a little time as well when they showed their appearance from the northern side in this game. But you've got to give it to them. The way they have played this game, they've shown what they're capable of, and I'm going to root for them. And you remember, Fixes, just 2 games earlier, I was asking you, do you think QWERTY can go ahead and become the national champion? At this point, I'm going to answer myself, and I feel like, yes, they are certainly capable of being the national champion out of this entire region.
100%. They are one of the strongest contenders, right? And it's still the group stages. You never know during semis, during finals, anything can possibly happen. But for the time being, if you talk about the current status quo, I really have to say that Team QWERTY has outlasted the competition. And it's just not me saying, it's not just me, forming my biased opinion towards them. I think it's their statistics that have proven. I mean, look at them, 3 back-to-back games. It has always been, 14 plus kills. They've been constant. You've got Rahman on one side, you've got Destroyer getting 11. They are looking unstoppable right now. 3 maps played, 3 chickens. Wow.
10 on 10. That has been the story for QWERTY since the start of this day. Day 3, 3 matches, 3 chicken dinner, and look at what else we can find over here. The match summary was there in front of us. Team QWERTY just all over it, and once again, look at this: 29 points out of the game. Portal Esports did everything that they could, but still could not stop them. It was a good game for Portal Esports in the whole. They got 22 points, but look at ELM Esports. They had that opportunity. They were in the mid game, but still only managing 9 points. I'm a little bit disappointed with ELM Esports. They really could have maximized this opportunity that they got here, but never mind. You've got a decent game, capitalize on it, and make sure you convert this confidence into the upcoming games that you're going to play during the day.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you talk about them, right? Well, this sort of is an intimidating factor for all the other teams, because no matter what they are trying, no matter what they are putting on the board, Team QWERTY just comes out on top. And well, Team Bablu did not really have a good game this time. Of course, they were in that Painan area. They sort of were anticipating that zone shift towards them, but that did not happen. And Renaissance, I did not know. I mean, from what we just saw, I was I just have to say that in one word. I was disappointed, because I know you're a new team coming in inside such a big tournament, playing your round of 32, but really not putting in that effort. Not even trying to fight, just being free. Gun bags for free sandbags. For the teams to just come in and kill you. That's not the way it is supposed to be. I mean,
Honestly,
there had to
yes.
be some sort of a resistance being shown, and it was just like they were inviting them for getting those free kills. But as we take a look at the Oppo F19 Pro moments, I think this is where team QWERTY started getting really intense, really getting themselves in the thick and thins of the action, and they never stopped afterwards. But huge comments to Thor. I mean, of course, that that hat trick sort of overshadowed his performance, but gotta say it, Legion haven't really been doing really well as a team, but individually, I really loved how Thor was putting himself out there.
That drop shot was really impressive, to be honest.
Yeah.
The way he won that,
Everything.
he just got that first hit pumped in, and then after that drop shot, he got his team to the rescue. And the decision making to leave behind the teammate, because he was nothing. There was nothing he could do. He's just got to save himself, and he got that one important point later on as well. So I really like the way he took those decisions under crux situation, and that is what you need from a big player. And Team QWERTY 142. They're playing in a completely different league. Look at that, 4 out of 7. Wow, oh wow. I absolutely love the way they are straightening their strides inside this overall standing right now.
I mean, this is pure domination in it because almost 32 points of lead and still one less game played. And it has never happened. Four back-to-back chicken dinners. Uh, it is possible. It is possible. If you're talking about QWERTY, they certainly have the manpower. They certainly
Wow.
have the capacity to pull it off. But we do see a few teams finally making their mark inside, the top eight. And we have also got Dress Official not really far behind. So 7 games played, 64 points. They haven't really been too flashy, but they're getting their job done. At least in terms of their position points, if not kills, they're doing good.
Yeah, but just trying to understand the scenario over here. I think Star 11 also inside the top 16 with 47 points. It is looking a good opportunity for them, but they just got to keep going, right? With all these teams leading the chart in front of them, it's a good experience curve for all these teams standing in this column. They are not in the top 8, but they are not doing certainly bad. They have the cushion. They can always use these matches as an opportunity. What is going wrong for them? Or maybe just, what do you think, Vixes? Are they still hiding their cards? Is that the scenario for the teams in between 9 to 16?
I don't think so. I think they're all giving their best, right? They still do know. I mean, we still haven't reached that half marker. No,
Yeah.
once we reach 12 games, that's when things might change. Teams might start try harding a bit. But now they're just trying to still explore themselves. How are they gonna just pan out against this particular lobby? But from what we have seen so far, if QWERTY sort of maintain this kind of domination, like you said, Trooper, right? I mean, it's quick to just step on the gun, but yeah, I mean, they look like the strongest contenders to win the national championship.
Yeah, and certainly they look like it. The way they are playing, they certainly can pull this off.
But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we will be heading for a short little break because coming right after is the game of Erangel.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Zone 4G, official partner of PUBG Mobile in Pakistan. PUBG Mobile का real मजा सिर्फ Zone 4G पर. Let's get digital.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the PUBG Mobile National Championship, the Pakistan region, of course, brought to you by Oppo F19 Pro. And well, Trooper, it's been quite an evening.
Yeah.
QWERTY just going all guns blazing, absolutely thrashing every team that stands their way. And this is a statement, right? This is a statement. They've been through a lot, and finally they're stepping up. But
Yeah.
well, this is the last game for the teams from Group B, because after this we will have Group A chiming in, so we get to see I8 again. So now that is something that I really want to witness. I8 going up against Team QWERTY. So that is going to be that masala that we've been missing out on, and I'm excited. But getting back to this game, right? Getting back to this game, I'm going to put you onto the spot again, Trooper. You know what I'm gonna ask. So just give me the answer.
Uh, I'll go for Portal Esports this time. Let's see if they're going to make a comeback and really root for them. I don't want to see Cody Esports running away with the show, getting the fourth chicken dinner. I'm going to disappoint you, Fixers, but I hate that just one team dominating in a battle royale format. That is not how things should happen. Even in an easy lobby, actually becomes difficult to get three chickens dinners back to back, which already Cody Esports have done. I really do not want to put the other 15 teams in that spot where all the four matches go to just one team. I really want some other team to step up, and let's see if that is going to happen or not. We already have the playing path here for the game number 4 fixes, and I know you're still rooting for QWERTY. Just let's see if that is going to happen, because look at where the plane path is pointing. That's the city of Lipovka. That is the drop location of QWERTY, right? So you might just find hidden answers who's going to get the chicken dinner over here.
But somewhere at the back of my mind, I like those numbers. I like those streaks. I like the records being formed. I like history being created. So I think somewhere, in that tiny little bit of space in my heart, I would want QWERTY to get that fourth, because yes, I mean, what could be even better than that? Because they've been feeling it, and it's not just coming down to the fact that they've been gifted with the circle, right?
True,
They
true,
had
true.
to fight it every single time. There was not even a single game where the zone was favoring them. Despite that fact, they went in and they started dominating, and it was just not that one play. It's the whole team that survived somehow towards the very end, if not the whole, at least two plays, and they still managed to come up top. When they're outnumbered, they don't care. They still perform really well. So yes, let's see in this particular game who gets that glorious chicken. But where do you think the zone is gonna form? Fast, fast,
Yeah,
fast.
I think towards the northerns. Oh, why do I even say I could have taken a little bit more seconds to wait there? Whatever I'm predicting, it's not going towards the northern side. And honestly, Fixes, this is just happening because of the fact that I always like these southern circles, and in PUBG Mobile, I always want and grant these wishes that I want a southern circle, I want those hybrid circles, but I always get northern circles. So now it has become a natural psychology for me to expect a northern circle to pop up. But look at what is happening in PMNC Pakistan with me. Every time I'm hoping there's going to be northern, the circle goes south over there.
Indeed, it does. Now, Marsid, well, he is in a 2v1 situation. Well, Fussy, he's gotta he's gotta feel scared. I did not know. Right now he's gonna get spotted away, and he's just gonna get taken down again. Fussy, no efforts being shown by Renaissance, and I do not know, man, what's going on at the back of their minds. But no wonder
Where
the way they've started, things are looking really bad.
where are the other teammates, to be honest? And if a split of this extent, why? That is my question. If you're not getting the proper results, why are you jumping so far away from your teammates? Why not stick together as a team and like try to control the game together? And these are like this is not the kind of gameplay you expect in a championship game where you get 32 best teams from a country trying to contest for that title. That is what these teams are trying, right? That is what they are assessing right now, trying to read the games of other teams who are contesting, and sitting on the 32nd spot. I think you really need to figure out what is going wrong there. And if you're figuring it out when we are telling it to you, you're not correcting it. What sort of different results are you going to expect out of that?
I mean, at least I kind of like when players do put in efforts but they fail, right? You learn from your mistakes. Everyone does, right? Everyone does. That's the part and parcel of your life. But if you don't even try, that's where I sort of tend to get a bit critical, because I mean, you never win even if you don't try, right? All you will have to eventually face is failure itself. So that is one of those things that Redison need to be, taking in their mind, because they still have a lot of games to explore themselves. It's not like the end of the road for them. If they sort of step up big, I'm pretty sure they can get those chickens. But I'm not asking for chickens. I'm asking to survive. I'm asking to put in an effort. But taking a look at the circle, I mean, again, being one of those hybrid ones, but this time I think slightly just tilting towards that mainland.
Certainly, certainly. This time might be we find all these teams that might just commit towards the southern island. They might just fall into a bit of a trap over there. Portly Esports, look at where Momtu is and his other teammates. Joker still looting up the area of Milton right now. That is a very, very interesting choice coming in from Portal Esports. Sort of they are looking to head towards that southern island, and that is also just looking the scene for NFPxTact as well. We might just head towards Novo for some action, I believe. But look at where Khan and his teammates are still loading up right now. No sort of urgency over there. We are already watching the first circle sort of coming in from the northeast edge of the map right now. But there's no urgency inside Lipovka right now. They know they're going to rotate late and find a good position for themselves. They're quite confident already.
They indeed are quite confident about themselves, but Portal Esports knocked out. He's making his move, and Portal Esports, I think the last game they really tried their best, right? Getting that second spot, surviving till the very end, just missing away on that chicken dinner, and well, I gotta feel bad for Insane, right? The way he was flushed out, I mean, Khan, it just felt like he was playing around with him for a moment, but I think then again, I think a good comeback from this particular squad. Uh, like you definitely have rooted for this team to win. They've got the caliber, they've got the potential. All they need to do is get all the pieces together, get all the pieces right, and which gets really difficult in such circles, such situation where you have that hybrid zone forming around you.
Definitely, and all these hybrid circles fixes are always the best games that I enjoy, right? Because the teams, the IGLs, we always love to see them in under these difficult scenarios, right? We are mean casters, as I always say, and as much as hurdles are going to be come up inside in front of these IGLs, the difficulty in decision making is going to come up, and when they come up with a decision, either it goes in their favor or not. That is what we love. Remember the last time we had the hybrid circle, we had four IGLs taking their squads just swimming inside and trying to move towards that military island, and that was an amazing sight to see for me as a caster. But now we have Team Bablu here, ladies and gentlemen, in front of us, and CAFXSSP, the two lads, Bugs and Jadu, heading towards Zibian, and the footsteps are clearly now exchanged. And let's see how this fight is going to go ahead from this point onwards.
Let's see, it's going to be really interesting because the cavalry has arrived, and CFX, they have not been looking really sharp lately. Finally, one good grenade being deployed by Box, but in the meanwhile, the player has definitely been knocked out, Danny. But right now, they need to hold themselves up. Teen Wolf has made those movements. He's way too ahead as the cavalry has finally arrived. Teen Wolf completely getting spotted out. He needs to get away from the situation, does take the plunge from the window, does go back as Danny is yet to get revived, finally gotten his res back up. He needs to heal himself as well.
If Jadu goes for that flank, that might just be the dangerous. But look at the 1v1 coming up. Who's going to win that? Teen Wolf is with that Vector in his hand. Till pulls down one player. Now that squad of KFSSP has been reduced to just three players. Three players were already inside the vicinity from Team Bablu right now. So the number have been evened by Team Bablu. The man advantage have been reduced now. Let's see how this 3v3 fight goes. And I'm really excited the way Team Bablu have started their proceedings in this fight over here.
They certainly have, but Jadu having spotted one of the other players of Team Pablu. I think it's Dani who's taken a bit of damage over here. Still does have that, booster, but a Teen Wolf finds another one yet again with the Vector this time as well. But Daddy and Joker, they are making a run for their life with the buggy, but Team Blue, will they let them do that? Oh, a lot of damages were definitely dealt, but nothing coming out in terms of knocking out. But eventually, we'll secure that kill of Jadu, and Team Blue right off the bat look really promising.
I
And
think
Khan finally coming inside the fight.
arriving late at the party to enjoy the leftovers, I believe, but he's going to certainly find some. There are two crates that they are going to loot up, and there are no ordinary crates. They are the crates of two players who they've just eliminated out there. So they are going to be they're going to find a good loot out there. But look at this, Twixes, just as you predicted. Your predictions are on point regarding the map. To be honest here, and whatever I'm predicting, the maps are certainly not listening. The PUBG gods have completely decided to go against me over here. But definitely, this shift towards the main island is now going to pose a lot of problems to the teams who were dedicated towards teams like Team Envy, teams like Portal Esports, who were heading towards that military island. They just got to figure out now how are they going to move, because that military base bridge is going to be under some radar now.
It certainly will be. But prediction and all that, we might say, oh, I predicted the circle. But eventually, it's all a hunch, right?
Yeah.
You cast 10,000 games, you certainly have an idea of where the circle sort of forms around. So it's not really a magic or a mystery. It's just those algorithms where we sort of have, seen so many games that, at a point you
True.
do realize, all right, the circle will form somewhere near here. Or if it does not, I don't think I'm going to lose any money. So, I do not shy away from making those predictions, but when it does work out, I mean, everyone likes it.
Definitely, everyone does. But this is a different sort of pattern that I've witnessed here in this PUBG Mobile National Championship Pakistan over here. But luckily, maybe I'll update my system and even I'll be able to
We're
get the
getting there.
hunches correct. Yeah, maybe towards there are still a lot of matches, right? Even I'll evolve just like the players as we speak. And I'll be hopeful. But now we are still having 16 players, 16 teams out here, ladies and gentlemen, but 57 players still fighting here, and multiple fights erupting just around the 10-minute marker. So I'm sort of starting to like this game. We have already witnessed a good fight where Team Bablu managed to pick off 2 kills for themselves, but Portal Esports, one of the lad, Nocto falling down to that Molly, and we saw them move towards that military island earlier. Now they have made another rotation. They have reached this compound just towards the northern side of that ridge where the military island connects to the main island. And let's see how Portal Esports is going to control this fight from this point onwards.
Yeah, even I'm excited to see what really happens. Because Joker, he's deployed the smokes, but has been spotted. Now, Team FourRebels really haven't been doing that well, but they certainly have a good chance of doing even better things. But insane. Let's see. What is he up to? Nocto. Alright, his kill has been confirmed. Not really a start that Portal Esports would have wanted. I kind of like that position, you just got that little bit of a dip. You've got a few ridges to play around with. You can guard it properly, but considering the fact that you've been reduced to a 3-man squad, I really did not know how is Portal Esports going to cover all their 4 angles.
Based on our predictions and hunches, I feel like fixes that this chicken dinner is already going to Coady, right? Because I picked up Portal Esports, they've lost a player. You picked up Coady, they're still looking good and fine. They're not getting into any fights quite early into the game, and that is kind of the start they were looking for, to be honest. I really like the rotation that was that the big rotation that came in from Destroyer and Khan in that Sanhok game during the mid game. But look at that, once again, they're just finding themselves over on those ridges just towards the southwest side of the city of Pochinki. That's a pretty decent point. But look at this interesting shift of the zone.
Ouch. Now,
Nice.
now do you want a southern circle?
Maybe, maybe, but
You're being a sadist over here, but now look at this. Look at this. Now, Team Envy, they do have a very good chance. None of the teams have yet taken over Fairy Pair, but they will do that in a few seconds. There you have it. CAFX already making those fast rotations. But what I really like is Portal Esports, right? They've chosen a small little corner for themselves. They're happy with the place that they are holding. I just wonder if we're gonna witness a few fights, but no, they've decided to go even a bit further towards the middle areas. Try to hold on to the center, try to defend from there, and you never know, you might end up getting a chicken. But for Rebels, in fact, Miracle was of course peppering down a few bullets, which sort of did not connect.
They went to Pochinki, okay, fixes. So I'm
Yeah,
sort of rooting for this
you're
team
happy.
now. I'm happy that they are doing their
Your
homework. They're going
wishes
to
have been
Pochinki.
granted.
Honestly, and now they're cutting off rotations as well. We
Yeah,
just had a look at the map, how the teams were pouring in, rushing in towards the area of Ferry Pier out there. 16 teams heading towards Ferry Pier. That is the situation in this Erangel game, honestly. And I really like how the rotations were being tried to cut off over there, because you damage the vehicle, you give that opportunity to other teams as well in the course who are going to hurt them as well. So I really like how FourRebels are trying to play this game at this point. But look at how the property rates are increasing inside Ferry Pier.
yeah.
It's a beautiful sea view as well. You're going to find some boats as well out there, and let's see who's going to get hold of which house out here.
Yeah, we certainly have to. I mean, very well explained over there, but KO, of course, getting the better out of NB as we've got the players of Eliminate engaging against Team Legion. But again, it's going to be Thor who finds the better out of Goku. And this man, we have been talking about underdogs. We've been talking about dark horses, new players shining. And my oh my, Thor has definitely stepped up to the occasion. I would not really be surprised if after this tournament, some big organization decides to pick this lad up.
Definitely, and let's see if he's going to impress us further ahead. And it's a poor. After you've mentioned this, fixes, he's now under the radar. Like all
Yeah.
those teams who were looking for a player out of this lobby, then they've got their eyes on Thor now. So he's going to be under some pressure when he knows this. So thanks to you, he's going to be in a bit of pressure now. But let's see if Thor stands up to this challenge. Because honestly, the way he's been playing, winning those 1v1s. He's taking those split-second decisions, which are very important for a good player. But now we have the clear answer. The area inside Ferry Pier. That is what you got to head into, right, everyone? So just charge in there, get those 15 points. 52 players still alive in this game, and they are all going to head inside Ferry Pier. I'm absolutely in love in the way this game is headed right now.
Yeah, me too. I am absolutely am enjoying it. But Legion, I think Thor does deserve a chicken, and this might just be that one game. We do see the players of Bottle Esports also getting the better out of Team Eliminate, as Ripper has fallen, but I do not think the push is going to come anytime soon. But as we were talking about Team 20, Rahman getting spotted out, and he's been taken down, but Khan on the other side does get one more for himself. Now Wolfrey is just trying to continue that spray onto it. Kami does not get a lot. But now Team QWERTY, they need to get their players back online. You've got Khan right in front of him. You've got Des official pushing in any single moment. King has fallen down. Khan really not opting for the kill, rather deciding to protect Rahman, because it's so important, because you know that once this player starts settling in, once this player starts feeling comfortable, he is gonna wreak havoc in the lobby. But that has been one of those small problems I have felt with Rahman. Sometimes he gets way too cocky, right? Steps out in the open, eventually gets punished down. But once he gets into the flow of things, this man is unstoppable.
Definitely a very interesting choice of smokes out there, and he managed to get the revive behind the tree. I really like. But look at the kill feed; it's running now in a very fast pace. Portal Esports getting some kills for themselves. Let's see in the right hand side how many have they managed so far. Just one out there, but luckily they have three players still remaining. We saw them lose a player quite early into the game, but now we have Envy who have made the first exit out of this game, and still 15 teams remaining in this contest. Look at the kind of traffic that is converging towards the northwest part of this zone right now. Team QWERTY is part of it. They're always playing these edges, and the zone somehow is always moving away for them, but they are making that run. They're making that extra bit of effort in every single game. They are once again into this game, and I look at the way they're playing together as a team. If Khan is going down, his teammate is there to support him. And if his teammate goes down, Khan is there to support Destroyers. That is a perfect way of how you got to support your teammates. And that is a brilliant way QWERTY Esports is playing here right now.
Team QWERTY sort of reminds me of how Zeus, plays, right? The Zeus is one of those teams that, do have their players knocked out, but instantly they prioritize in getting their teammates back
Exactly.
up before sort of engaging in, which is really turning out in their favor. 5 kills already, eyeing out for their fourth. They've already secured their hat trick, and if they get that quad, I mean, that's going to be nuts. My minds are going to get blown away. But finally, Team QWERTY making their move. Now, this is one risky choice that they've opted for. They did not have a lot though, but Destroy is spraying through the buggy, has spotted out Daniel. Now the push is on. How is Daniel going to protect himself as QWERTY just charge in inside the compound and wipe his existence out? But Destroyer just do way too much in the open, just in front of that door, which was apparently open. But Rahman needs to pop up that first hit, and then we'll go in for the revive.
Definitely, an interesting game coming in for Cody Esports, and the way they are playing, they're already looking the winners to me, right? And supporting their teammates whenever required, using the vehicles as a cover beautifully right now, and trying to cover multiple angles. They've spotted a play in that shack right now, trying to suppress him and keep him inside the shack or behind. Let's see what sort of an impact can they make, because multiple players inside the vicinity, and Team Cody is sort of taking multiple fights at the same time. This is an interesting fight that Team Cody is taking just outside the city of Ferrypair. Let's see, with 14 teams, 42 players, Team Cody is also under a lot of pressure, just like the other 13 teams. If they get this chicken dinner from this position, it's going to be an amazing one, to be honest.
It certainly will be an amazing one. But Team QWERTY, let's see what these lads are up to right now. 6 kills already on their belts, eyeing out for that fourth, and they've been playing that edge so perfectly. And we have not really seen Team QWERTY going in contesting the center, right? They always sort of play from the peripheries and make sure they have an amazing entrance inside the circle. But Draco, he's in a no man's land. He is in the wrong side of his country, and Team QWERTY eliminate his existence over there. But right now, taking a look at Team Legion, who apparently were playing the center, have now shifted towards the edges, courtesy to the zone, shrinking towards the southern side.
And look at this, with all these traffic coming in from the eastern side, look at that, PS getting some kills on themselves, and Lost Esports surviving on those beats right now. So a lot of problems for all these teams, and still as you can see, two teams just outside the circle that would be trying to enter from the eastern edge. It's going to be a lot of problem, but Destroyer ain't stopping. He's getting more kills under the belly out here. Team Legion is also trying to take hold of a house inside the city of Ferrypair right now. That's on the edge. It's going to play a very crucial role. Whoever is going to hold that house is going to be in a sort of a very good position inside the circle in the next upcoming circles as well. Let's see if that concrete cover is going to help Team Legion or not. They certainly need a very good game, but how is Goku hiding here? Look at this. Everyone sort of, he's in a very disguised position. Everyone is sort of missing him out, sitting in the open.
I mean, one with the nature, completely just hiding himself inside that bush. Team Legion now going up against Team Portal Esports. This is going to be a very interesting fight. But Thor, he is calm as ever. Hasn't really struck the thunder as of now. But he's going to wait for the right moment. Once it does come, that's where you see him blasting off. But now, well, Kevlar has fallen down. Dead managed to take down Hassan though, but God Fury trades him off. Dead player. He's waiting for the players of Star to make a move. They did want to, in fact, did find a knock, but gets instantly traded off fast. Portal Esports, they are going in for the push. And Dead Player is dealing with so much around here, one after the other, wiping down players, wiping down squads. And there you have Legion successfully eliminating Portal Esports from the lobby.
That is the compound, right? It was a very important compound, as we mentioned earlier, and he held, the Team Legion held on to it. Kevlar, Thor, everyone was there, and they were holding on to it. Destroyer definitely taking the maximum opportunity out of it. But look at that sort of a risk that Thor is taking right now, just moving outside that wall for the loot. That is the greedy stuff you're doing, my friend, out there. It can be very risky, but luckily for him, he's not been knocked out. But there are multiple teams lurking around from that end from which he can get shot at. Let's see what sort of a move is Thor and his teammates going to do. But on the other section of the map, look at how beautifully Team Cody is closing in. Just trying to find everyone out there. Zibian has been spotted. He goes down to that beautiful, beautiful shot. And let's see if Team Pablo can find any answer to this onslaught coming onto the lobby from Team Cody right now. Destroyer finally goes down. Dani is there inside the shack. It's a different challenge onto him. The push might just onto him. Yes, the push might just be coming onto him, but Destroyer is eliminated before that happens.
The Kings have fallen. Team QWERTY finally getting eliminated from this game. This time, Team Pablo coming out on top, getting their own sweet revenge as they are inching in close to their chicken dinner. So many fishes in the water, but Thor, he does not stop. The lightning has finally struck into the hearts of the enemy, but Team Wolf gets the trade right after, and full of adrenaline, just kind of ignored the fact that there was someone on his left hand side, but still kudos to the efforts being displayed, but team lost. All right, we've got 3 different teams in one vehicle inside one US, and I think we can shoot from within it, right? From beneath it, we can take those shots. But all right, one of the players has come out. He might just get taken down any single moment, but Ansi, he's just blowing up the vehicle. Eventually, it's gonna be that player out of nowhere taking him down. Oh my goodness, Trooper, what on earth is happening over here?
Wow, man, wow. He was on the reload, right? When the player caught him off guard, and look at that. These two are now friends once again. Wow. Can you believe that?
Oh my goodness. Oh my god.
We have a water circle for you, ladies and gentlemen. 6 teams, 7 players alive, and the Blah is still taking some shots out there on the beach, but there's still some. They're taking turns, man. You go and shoot, then I'll go. Are they talking over there on the all mic? And now the player will go into the open water. He will look to survive over there. But Lost Esports, unknown, you have a chance, man. You can just look for those opponents out there and try to eliminate them. Until you have the land, you should definitely try to do that. But no, no, he's been devastated by the player. What a gameplay coming in. A high IQ gameplay. He's already got 6 kills for himself.
I mean, you've got to give it to this lad, because in the initial game, in the game of Sanhok, we did see some brilliant plays coming in from Thor. Now, he has sort of taken over the mantle, and he is making sure that he needs to get this chicken in for his team. But Team Bablu, having Teen Wolf still alive, it is a 1v1v1v1. Now, considering how the zone has really panned out, it's going to be interesting as to what really follows up next. Everyone sort of inside the water, just dead player on the shorelines, but for how long is a big question. I mean, this is ludicrous, right? This is ludicrous. Just the kind of a perfect ending that we would have wanted. He's making sure he blows up every single vehicle so as to no one sort of hides within them. But I think he has spotted out Pain. Now, NFPxTact, I think this is something promising considering how they've been performing overall. But now, Pain again taking some massive damage. But it's still a sort of a standstill. Everyone taking their own sweet time to just swim around.
You might just get that kill denied, my friend. You're going to kill him, and he does with that M4 beautifully. That is 7th kill coming inside his tally, and these are important points coming in for Legion. In the overall standings, they're not having a good time. And Teen Wolf, you're just flirting with danger out there, my friend. Stay inside somehow. I know you got to breathe, but look at that sort of a cover that is for Maisk, right? He's using that airdrop beautifully out there. That is a brilliant cover for him. Let's see what sort of an impact can Molly's being thrown out here, Fixes. What do you think? Can Teen Wolf get out of there on land and surprise the player? That is exactly what he's trying, I feel it. Almost he did, but eventually gets eliminated from the game out there.
I mean, he was waiting for the perfect opportunity. He was waiting for the perfect time. Now, Renaissance, we have been so critical, and finally, boy, oh boy, Maisk has stepped up. Huge ups to these lads. They haven't really secured a lot of kills, but Salman getting 3 is enough. This is the kind of a performance that I wanted from them. Now, Dead Blair is not going to have any difficulty in getting the final kill for himself. He knows exactly where the player is, just shooting through the waters. Maisk will, of course, expose himself just a little bit, trying to get that oxygen, and it's just a matter of seconds before he finally alright, he's mocking that player. Try shooting me, eventually just drowns, and it is Team Legion getting that winner chicken dinner.
So everyone who just went inside water finally decided to come on land. I don't know why, and people were doing it on multiple times, taking turns in doing so as well. But none of them could stop the player or Legion take this chicken dinner. It was a very important compound towards the edge of Ferry pair that they took control of, and it clearly helped them to get this chicken dinner. 14 kill chicken dinner coming in from Team Legion. They were really struggling in the overall standings before this game, and certainly they're going to propel themselves out of that phase that they were struggling upon. Let's see how much ahead they are going to go ahead inside the charts.
Yeah, even I'm excited to see. I mean, they've already made it to the 9th spot, so that's something very promising. And considering you've got Thor, you've got Dead Player, both these players who are high on spirits right now, they are completely feeling themselves. And if they sort of continue this kind of gameplay, I think we are looking at them maybe getting into that top 5 marker. But overall, I love this Erangel. Trust me. I mean, it was a water circle. Yeah, Dead Player did have that slight little advantage over there. But again, every team for themselves, they had the chance. They had the chance to make a comeback over there. And taking a look at this, Dead Player, 8 kills, 715 damage. Wow.
Definitely, this is exactly what they wanted, right? Team Legion, they have been trying really hard for so long, not getting the results, the exact results that they would have enjoyed. Now 8 kills for a single player, and that too in this sort of a beach finish. He would be absolutely excited with this game, right? And I absolutely loved him getting all those kills out there. And the chicken dinner eventually, at one point, he had 2 enemies inside the same car. How often do you find yourself in that situation and go away with 15 points?
I mean, the kind of shenanigans that had been pulled off over there. I mean, I do not know how to really describe it, but taking a look at the top 4 players, we've got Dead Player. We've even got Momtu from Portal, who did try to put in his very best, did get those 3 kills, but Hunter also from Knockout and Teen Wolf stepping it up for Team Pablo. I think he was very instrumental with Team QWERTY getting wiped out over there, the way he performed in that particular fight. But taking a look at the match summary, it's going to be of course Dead Player getting those 8 kills, Destroyer having those maximum assists. But look at those utilities being used towards those very end circles, right? He was just lobbing down those grenades, putting out all those molotovs as to wherever the vehicles are, and secured themselves at 29 points just from this one game. But Team Bablu, good performances overall, I must say.
Honestly, good performances coming in from Team Bablu. But at this point, I would just like to mention once again about that special player that you were mentioning about Fixes. Thor, the way he was playing and the way Dead Player continued his good work. That's a really sort of promising sort of grind that we can see in this team, Team Legion. And I'll definitely keep an eye on this team. At the start of this day, this was Team Legion that I picked off from the entire squad list. But now they're certainly showing some promising colors. And I'm really happy to see that QWERTY Esports did not go away with the 4th. Just sorry, all the fans for QWERTY Esports, but they already had enough for the day, I feel. They already got 3. So let Legion have 1 out of this encounter. But you know what? QWERTY still has got 2 more matches to play. So you never know if they just can get 1 more out of the remaining 2.
Yeah, I think they can, and the way they're playing, I would not really be surprised if they do. But I think I'm really happy with Renaissance this time, right? They at least showed some survival instincts, and just when we were starting to think that this team isn't capable to do much, they respond with the top 2 finish. So, and that too with 3 kills, which is really commendable on their part. I completely understand. It's their first time coming in, the pressure is real, but everyone else is also pushing each other, so might as well join the party. And I think this one game must have boosted their morale really high. Now, in this particular fight, I really felt that QWERTY were not in a really good situation to go against Pablo, considering the kind of spots they had. But they eventually, it was Team Bablu that got the better out of them. But it's still Team Legion, the one they got the chicken. And Thor had started, just showing the sparks, and it was Dead Player who sort of sealed it for his team. As we take a look at the overall rankings, we've got Team QWERTY again, sort of further, solidifying the lead, 151 points. And at the second spot, you've got Maxed with just 110. So almost 41 points of lead that they've gotten, and this is this is a sizable one. So let's see if any team actually towards the very end, by the time the 24 games are over, if someone can really recover.
Really, that would be interesting if someone can recover. But this is the overall standing. And look at where Team Legion is, Fixes, with that one chicken dinner, with this big game that they've got under their belt. 64 points. They come and make a jump to the ninth spot. So it is possible for any other team to do so as well, right? Look at where NFPxTact is right now. 64 for Team Legion. NFPxTact have 39. That is not a lot of difference. You can cover that. That is coverable in a just one chicken dinner amount. So I think all these teams have this outside chance. But Renaissance, finally, good to see them not inside single digit. They got the second position out of this, and I'm so happy they've worked on the placement points this time. Thank you, Renaissance, for listening to me.
I mean, yeah, finally, the telepathy, the connection that you had with the players, finally, the networks, the signals were strong. Survival instinct shown by the players of Renaissance. Salman also did manage to get those free kills, so we are happy. We are happy. And I would also request the chat, just spam
Yeah,
Renaissance
boost it.
OP. You can do it. You
Yeah,
can do
please.
it, because we want fair competition. We want everyone winning those chicken dinners, but it's not really possible. But right now, what really is possible is a shortle break, because coming right after are the teams from Group A chiming in.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Zone 4J, official partner of PUBG Mobile in Pakistan. PUBG Mobile का real मजा सिर्फ Zone 4G पर. Let's get digital.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the PUBG Mobile National Championship, the Pakistan region, brought to you by Oppo F19 Pro. And my oh my, Trooper, what in games, what kind of games are we witnessing today? QWERTY, of course, getting that hat trick, then Team Legion coming out and getting them one more chicken dinner. And they have sort of established a good position for themselves in terms of overall ranking. But now it's time. It's time for Group B to step out. Just watch the games from the sidelines as teams from Group A have come in. So, Group A against Group C. You're talking about I8 going up against QWERTY. Now, this sort of sparks the rivalry, the friendly rivalry that has been shown by these two teams from the Pakistan region. So we've seen them in the bigger tournaments. Now in their own region, in their own tournament, what are you expecting?
This is going to be amazing, right? And with the kind of lead that QWERTY has now got over I8 in the overall standing, because at one point I8 was the team that was leading the charts right now, but when the games were paused, they were waiting on the sidelines. They have been overthrown there. So now, when the matches are even, the numbers are even. Everyone has played 8 matches. We have a clear winner out here after 8 matches, to be honest. So I have a job at hand. Let's see how well they are going to execute it. That is something that I'm going to watch out for. And other than these two teams, another team that I'm going to watch out for in the remaining in the upcoming 4 encounters, that is going to be X Generation. They have been playing some really good PUBG Mobile game, and let's see. It's a team that plays really hard towards the end mid game. Sometimes they succeed, and sometimes they don't. So we'll just keep an eye on them. How far they are going to go ahead in the next 4 matches.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, you talk about XGen. Yesterday we did see some good displays. If not chickens, they have been getting their close, very close to
Yeah.
that glory. But yeah, today they might find, and talking about the entire fiasco of how teams have been performing over here, right? So one thing about I8 that has been sort of poking me, which I had addressed when I was casting the Arabian region, where we had team sites. They also dropped off at the military bridge, so a military base, and then when they were sort of rotating, they had to face a lot of hurdles on the
Oh,
path. So that is one thing, because if it's a certain circle, it's fine, it's all right, it's favoring you. But once the circle completely shifts all the way towards the north, that is where the trouble happens. That is where I think Team QWERTY has been adapting to that situation really well, because we've seen them making those late rotations, and as we head into Miramar, things are going to get spicy, things are going to get intense, as the flight path is right in front of us.
yep, the flight path is here in front of us, and the plane is carrying all these players. I can see the city of El Pozo, I believe, towards that bottom left hand side, and there it is. And towards Puerto Peracio, that is where our flight path is headed. So, a slightly southernish, southwesternish plane path here in front of us. There are a lot of cities that are not directly accessible. Even Martin is not glidable from this area. So, it's going to get interesting because a lot of teams are not going to get access to their desired drop locations. The secondary drop locations are going to come into the equation. Interesting thing would be, is anyone heading towards Picado over here or not?
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be really interesting, because we've seen the Picado being taken by a few teams, right? So I'm not going to be surprised if someone actually goes for it, and Tess do have taken the
Uh,
plunge heading over there. But I'm very curious as to see where the zone is going to form this time around. So now, considering the fact that we've got so many new teams again coming in, Group B sitting out, it's Group A playing. We did see some good plays coming in from X Generation, especially in Miramar yesterday. They were
yeah.
very close to that chicken, but barely missed out. But maybe this time they might succeed. A few teams just playing with three of their players, and out of which Mythic, Raindrop, and the Billy Boys. The Billy Boys, I've loved them. The kind of action that they put up in front of us, that's interesting. But what is even more is the circle, which is
Yeah.
taken a northern shift.
This game is going to be a lot about rotations during the early mid game, right? A lot of teams have got to rotate in towards those important locations. And we've seen a similar sort of circle fixes, if you remember,
Yeah.
that was ending towards the left hand side of Cruiserville and just over water treatment. And we witnessed a lot of higher ridge coming into play. And DS Official, I believe, was the team that was taking the maximum out of it. But Team Bablu eventually got that chicken dinner, that first Miramar chicken dinner for Team Bablu here in this entire PMNC. Let's see, in this sort of a similar first circle, we still have multiple teams, but Team Bablu is certainly not here, right? They are not going to be the part of this contest here, or are they now playing this game? Fixes, just remind me quickly if Team Bablu is here or not.
Yeah, they are. They are.
Okay,
They've dropped off
wonderful.
at Baldemar. So,
Yeah.
yeah, still being a part of Group C, they are in here. But they kind of have kept themselves away from any kind of action at all. But what I really like by, Team Test officials is Myth. Three of his teammates are looting over at one spot. In fact, Myth has already gone way ahead. He's sort of trying to secure that central spot, which might sort of be around those hilly areas western side of the water treatment. So that is going to be interesting as to how they sort of play this one out. But right now we've got Raindrop in front of our screens now. So Raindrop is certainly one of those teams that has been kind of uh, mm, you know has been at the thick and thin of things, because we haven't really seen them popping off hard. No big plays yet. But you never know. Just that one game might be somewhere they start turning the tides in their favor. But eventually, I would love to see a full four-man team from their side, which hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, there's I think just one Hasnat here in this lineup, or maybe are they missing out on a player? We'll find that out if they're going to be the all four players playing in the remaining game or not. But first, for now, this game they're going to play as a three-man squad. Labandita, the creators, that is where they are headed, and it's a good place for some early loot. But I think they're heading and for a different part of the map right now. Let's see where they are going to find those early guns out there. But we have Team Mythical also quite close in the vicinity, so don't head towards this side. You're going to be in a bit of a bother if you do that. So luckily, they did not listen to me and head towards the craters of Labandita. Otherwise, it would have been a drastic decision for them.
It certainly would have. But you talk about La Bendita, the way it sort of is, the entire topography of this area is kind of very interesting to approach. We haven't really seen a lot of circles around it, but once we do, we get to have that feel of that entire areas. You've got those slight little, inclined ridges around which you can play. But we have Raindrop again making those movements right off the bat, which is really good. I think I really applaud this sort of a decision, because they do know that if they go to their desired drop location and eventually sort of face problems while rotating, then that might be a bit of a troublesome situation. But if we're talking about troublesome situation, I believe the players of Raindrop have spotted one of those players of freestyle.
Oh, let's see what are we going to find out here, if this early altercation is going to take place here or not. But for now, they need a better loot, to be honest. Team Raindrop, one of the lads, Salmani, does not even have anything whatsoever on him. Finally, he gets a backpack. That's a good thing to start off things with, right, Fixes?
Yeah, I mean, backpack level 1 is good. And if you've got wings on your backpack, it's even better. Does it help you
Yeah.
fly though? I think we need to put that out to test. He's got those tiny little wings.
Let's see. Running towards graveyard from under the circumstances, that's a lot of open spaces that you're covering on foot. I really don't like that idea. You had a vehicle in position, you could have utilized it, but lucky for him, he makes that escape. Hassan is going to head for this big church now. Some good loot, and I like the kind of loot that this church is holding up right now. He just walked past that 4x.
Okay. Right now he realizes it gets them for when you're playing with just the Winchester. I kind of like that bolt action, right? I kind of like it, but it's still one of those weapons you would not want to have till the very end unless you some kind of sort of a Win 94 specialist, right? We haven't really seen any of the professional players in different regions sort of make it as their primary weapon, because you do have a lot of better guns that you can use,
Honestly, yeah.
especially the likes of SLR, the likes of SKS, or maybe Mini, or just stick to your good old M4 for those sprays, right? The players
Even the
have sort of,
M16 rifle, right?
yeah, even M16 in the other regions, if not in the South Asian region, but I have seen that a lot in the Southeast Asian and the Chinese regions. A lot of teams sort of resort to use that, and well, I mean, they do know the potential of that weapon, the true potential of the M16, which a lot of players sort of tend to kind of ignore, just bearing the fact that they're comfortable with their M4, and if it does not really need fixing, then why change it?
I'll just put a quick word about both these guns. Winchester, I think it's just for the legend it carries with itself, right? We have always seen Winchester across so many different games, but that is the legend it carries with itself. So it is just for that. It is not an assault weapon here. It is just for the legend, and I respect it. And the early scope you get for that early fight, for those early moments, I think Winchester has a role to play. But apart from that, it does not play a significant role inside the map of Miramar. It really needs a good buff if it really wants to be used by more players, as you said. And come about M16 rifle fixes, I absolutely love that gun in any map. The reason being, the amount of effectiveness it gives with the bullets you can carry with it is immense. If you have an M4 or a Scarl, you're always looking for that 5.56, and in a competitive scenario, that's it becomes really tough. Sometimes the most difficult thing is to get your hands on some sort of bullets, right? Playing
Yeah.
together as a team, you're surviving under difficult circumstances, and you're supposed to switch your guns to the single shot and maximize the damage that you can give to your opponents. And I feel if you just adapt to
What?
the M16 rifle and just use a AK or maybe another 5.56 gun with it, the amount of efficiency you get on the bullets with that M16 rifle is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, that certainly is, but I sort of cannot really believe myself, because the two players of Team Poplu have just been blown off
Ooh.
by the players of Eliminate, though. But if they die naturally, then the kills won't go to them, because explosions have come in from the vehicles, and now Teen Wolf just spreading smokes absolutely everywhere. Now his only attention would be trying to get Zipian back online, because now Team Poplu are in such a situation that it's so difficult for them to escape. And now, in the last Miramar, where we did see Team Pablo playing, they were very close to that chicken dinner. But the way things have started right now, things look so difficult, and they will have to abandon two of their teammates over there. And Team Eliminate will, of course, get those two kills in the name. But yeah, coming back to the discussion that we were having, yeah, I completely agree with you. And even this ammunition subject, that has been changing as the meta progresses, right? As the meta has been going on. Initially in season 3, season 4, we used to see teams carrying 300 556 rounds, and even more than that. But now they're carrying a lot of utilities. They're carrying a lot of grenades, barely just keeping 50 or 60 bullets for your close range, and for the M4 max up to 150. But now their things have changed. Now people are also understanding that yes, we can get things done with our SMGs. We can get things done with DMRs. Need not keep so many weapons. Need not keep so many ammunition. So yeah, so that has been a fair share of change that we've witnessed. But taking a look at the fight in front of us, we've got the Billy Boys engaging. Did exchange a few bullets though. Did also try to just tap his way through, spray his way through that AKM on the 3 times, which I absolutely also love.
Absolutely, and I also love the AMP, especially when since the .45 buff, and absolutely love the kind of impact this gun is giving inside the gameplay, inside the competitive scenario as well. I've seen some big players carry that AMP inside the final circles as well and win some fights. We on this other day only we saw Crypto using that AMP inside the final circle. That was not the scenario when you were referring the time frame that you were referring to, season 3, season 4. That is the AMP would be the first gun that you drop. But now with this buff, it is a really good weapon, I feel, and especially with the right attachments, it is giving good results.
Yeah, I mean, even on close ranges, we've seen teams just attaching a laser sight going in because you get that mobility, right? With that weapon, it's small, it's tiny, you can just move around, shoot. But talking about shooting, we do see the players of X Generation in a bit of a pickle as Cyroj is just gonna close in on towards him, and Thug. He's gonna take his final breath as finally he's been taken off. But another player of X Generation is also knocked out over here, and Team Star, they're gonna make no mistake in securing that kill as well. So overall, I think the players of Team Star are having a really good day. But what is not good is that minivan just rolling through the hills.
Amazing scenes, but I seriously feel somewhere it's my fault that X Generation has been onslaughted here. They've lost some important players, and let's hope that X Generation can like come us do sort of a comeback from this position, because Miramar has been their strong suit, and you do not get a lot of Miramars out of the 24 games that you're playing. So I really feel that they really need to capitalize on the situation and get some sort of a points, because they certainly can do this. Now we are headed to a different sort of terrain, right? Fixes. There's not a lot of heighted ridges around the area, so you can see towards the northwest side where we have a very high ridge just towards the western side of the city of Torre Ahumada. But how can we miss this when it is on our screen? The AWM with an 8x with level 3 gears. Wow. Whoever is going to get their hands on this airdrop is certainly going to have an amazing time out here.
Yeah, indeed he will. And what about Wolfrey? We've seen him in Sanhok doing that. Can he get his hands on this drop, this one? Because Quetti have been phenomenal right from the very start of the day. They've been getting so many chickens, in fact, the hat trick. And I would not really be surprised for even a second if he does yield that one. Now, we've been talking a lot about M16 getting popular, and here is Kayash trying to make his mark. Does have that M16 on that 6 times, does take those crispy little taps, but eventually it's Khadir who does find that knock.
But look at that, he just popped in 3 shots and made that reload, right? That was that's a habit you got to get rid of. That is
Even I
a
do
habit.
have that. It's bad,
Most
but I have it.
almost 99.9% players have this habit, right? And you got to get rid of this habit, otherwise you're not going to get good results. And with the M16 rifle specifically, you're not going to spray the weapon, right? So even you do not need a reload even when you've got 10 bullets in your ammo right there. So that is something you always got to work upon. But you can do that while playing your regular games or while you're practicing, right? It is a very important aspect to work upon. If to all the viewers who are watching out there, just stop doing that reload unnecessarily, because you're wasting your time. That is precious time that you're wasting, and you're giving that opportunity to the other lad to shoot at you.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you're in cover, it's fine. But we'll do our preaching just a little bit later because we've got some action right in front of us. Because Gully Boy, he's trying to go into the push, but Sky Health, he does have that high ground advantage for himself, and he can easily capitalize. And there you go, gets that knock instantly. Would want to get his press back up onto towards his teammate, but will have to quench his thirst for kills as he gets the kill confirmed for himself. Now, Deadshot, he's of course needs that revive, but Sky Halsey making sure to actually pop up the smoke before he does that. It's still the third circle, so he can just do it. But right now, after that, I want to see how do they recover, how do they get inside the zone.
Ooh, and look at that vehicle damage coming into play. Some of the players have been eliminated inside the vehicle over there, so not a lot of good rotations being executed over here. ELM Esports still sort of inside rotations and made a long rotation, but they're heading into a trap. I'm worried about them. What are they going to face? Because Billy Boys are going to shoot at them from this height, and this is not a good position to get stuck into. Hopefully, they've got those vehicles in the right shape, but shots coming in from different directions as well onto the Billy Boys. So that is a very interesting cluster that is being formed towards that edge of the zone right now.
It is going to be interesting. 100% agree with you, considering how things have really panned out, how the zone has taken the shift. But right now, the Billy Boys sort of preparing themselves right now. But Hulk, he's just gonna pop that booster for himself. The Billy Boys, they've gotten those 2 kills. They've lost out to Anonymous, but let's see if they can do anything better right now. Making
I
their
don't
way
like
inside
this.
the zone, and I mean, They're just trying, right? They're just trying. I mean, let them do what they want right now.
They had cornered ELM Esports, right? They were just there. They were holding up the height advantage. You have got 4 points right there. You could have just stopped ELM Esports from moving inside the zone. You could have done a late rotation. That is a missed opportunity in my book, I would say, and I would be harsh on them, to be honest. You're looking for points, right? You want to improve. These are the sort of the opportunities that you got to grab upon. You're watching this rotation come in. You're holding up the higher ground. Why leave?
Yeah, why leave? But take a look at this. I really like the positioning from my end. So we've got two different style of gameplays, right? Now we've got I8 who loves to play around the center. We've got
Yep.
QWERTY who loves to play around the edges. Now when these two, giants collide, I think it's going to be so beautiful just to watch that chaos form out. But the Billy boys, okay, all right. So they of course did not listen to your qualms, and there you go. I mean, they are just reduced to that last player, Hawk 786, just the last survivor for their team, and he's trying to make something happen against the boys of freestyle, who apparently are making a run.
Now this is a different team, right? If they could have just held on to their position correctly, I understand the zone is coming in, but that is the different situation for the team right under you as well. But that was some interesting knock, beautiful, and he's pulled him out of that vehicle. That was an amazing pointer for Hawk out there. Hawk 786 is going to remember this for a long time. That was a brilliant point that he has covered for his team out there.
Yeah, he certainly has. Having secured one more, he definitely is feeling himself right now. But what he needs to do over here is make a run for inside the circle. But before he even does that, ouch,
Really.
Malik just denies him.
Really,
No,
did you think you can get away with that vehicle over there? And freestyle is a
he
good
tried.
enough team. Yeah,
He was just counting on his chances, but it's all right.
I think he popped in a smoke in a different direction. It would have been better on the buggy, but nonetheless, he's been eliminated from the game. A good effort, a brilliant effort for the Billy boys out there. But coming back to the game, look at the sort of cluster we are witnessing here towards the western edge of the map right now. ELM being a part of it. We have our team Random being a part of. Oh my God, what is that shift? I8's compound is inside the zone, and look at the number of teams that are going to head in from Crucible. They're in for a treat right now. Let's see what sort of capitalization can I8 do from this position.
Wow, I think this is completely going to favor them. But Team Bablu, had they had the numbers, they could have done even better. But
Yeah.
right now, I think what lies in front of QWERTY is Quantum Rage. If they sort of deal with them, they're also going to have a good time making their rotation in. But Random 4 and Team Eliminate in a bit of a skirmish over there, as we do see few of the players being knocked out. And Nawab, well, he's been taken down. Blackson has also lost out on his life. It all comes down onto its Goku.
A good Lotus smoke, a good Lotus smoke out there. Really effective. His teammate and really needed it, but he's been eliminated right now. Let's see if he can somehow get away from this situation right now. All the teams, all the three players of Random 4 right now are sort of engraving him, and this is going to be a difficult challenge from Goku. From this point onwards, if he can get just 2 points out of this fight, I would be really impressed with ELM Esports. The kind of comeback they're looking to do, they really need some points. They've already got 5 kills in this game. If 2-3 more, that is exactly what the doctor has ordered for them.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think now QWERTY are in a bit of a situation, having lost out on Khan. Rahman has also fallen down. But Wolfrey would want to get his hands dirty as he takes down Donny. But the nades coming in, but it is his teammate over there, Teen Wolf, getting that one knock. Now, Teen Wolf is all by his lonesome. Rahman has been revived. Destroyer will, of course, pop in those energy boosters as that grenade just comes out of nowhere. And Teen Wolf blows up Team QWERTY, and they have been eliminated.
Packed up in that shack, honestly, and with that nade right on point. There were 2 players inside the shack, and I was just saying it, that angle is applicable. I thought he was going to shoot at them, but no, he had a better package for them. That was the nade, and eliminated his team QWERTY due to that brilliant nade coming in from Teen Wolf. Now we have an elimination coming in for one more team. Mythical out of the contest out here. Down to 8 teams now here. Freestyle also eliminated from the game. Fixes, what an amazing fifth circle we are having here inside this game of Miramar.
Boy, oh boy, Team Bablu going completely big. In fact, it has to be Teen Wolf, the way he just lobbed those grenades. But now Drago is on a killing spree, has managed to find one edgy knock. Can he get one more though? Crypto? That's a big question. With so many squads around him, it's very difficult to be really mobile and agile in those situations. But Teddy, somewhere down the line, spotting out Khan as he just charges in onto towards the players of Tyro, does switch on towards AK, reloads it, but he needs to go in just on those edges. He's surviving as Harry will be popping that grenade up in the wrong direction as Crypto out of nowhere lobs it into his direction, and he gets taken down, giving Teddy enough room to sort of move around. But no, Ahmed will be the one who takes him down as the boys from Raindrop, they are dishing hell on towards I8 as Ahmed out of nowhere, he's still surviving, hasn't really gotten a single kill, but this lad is still alive.
I'm absolutely loving the addition of these Group A teams already. The competition has got on a different scale altogether, I would admit. And this was not what I was expecting from Group B and Group C encounters. But with the addition of Group A teams, this is looking a very amazing contest out here. Let's see. We're down to 7 teams now. We'll find out what Ahmed is going to do further ahead. No kills under his belt, but he's made a significant amount of nuisance already out there.
I mean, he somehow survived amidst the chaos, right? He's brought his team up to the 7th spot. He can do even better right now, but random 4. They're looking sharp. They're looking good. 4 kills already for this team, having lost out one of those players. But Teen Wolf, this lad does not want to stop. He being the lonesome survivor, he's dishing out so much damage, getting those kills, increasing the numbers. As Team Bablu, they are still fighting. They know that Miramar has always been theirs, but do not really have the best numbers over here. As I8 certainly have gotten the rest back on towards the players, do have the highest chance in terms of the winner chicken dinner forecast, but it is going to get even more worse from over here as Uzim does take down Myth in the process, as Trinda will finally find the better out of Team Wolf as Team Bablu goes down with just 4 kills.
Keep an eye everyone on the forecast towards the right hand side of your screen, and look at that, who is on top over there. Let's see if they can make it inside the game or not. TS Official, they are known for their resistance, but right now they are in a very tricky situation. Let's see, look at him, he's just prodding out in the open, no sort of cover just next to him. That is a very peculiar decision coming in for him. Let's see how far he can pull this off. Faye on your screen right now, trying to bandage himself. His teammate is blowing up the vehicle to somewhat create a cover for himself. But on the other side of the ridge is the team that is I8, that is looking so strong right now. Look at the kind of spread that they are controlling right now on these ridges. It's looking like a game that I8 is trying to capitalize at this point.
Yeah, they certainly are, and with Trinda and Uzim really stepping up on board, they are looking phenomenal. But, well, Emma did try to get one of the players down, but eventually was traded off. The numbers really not in his favor, but Rafe, with that beautiful grenade lobbed out, might just get something, as Johnny is just about to get his revive. Crypto doing the job for him. Johnny will have to patch himself up quickly, as Trinda, he is raining all those bullets into the hearts of the players of Random 4, just trying to spray in through, create some gap, create some opening, as I8 need to get inside the circle. But Hasnat has somehow managed to get that revive onto its Slay, who in sort of dodges that one bullet coming out from his mini.
Even teams like DS Official and Quantum Rage are not allowed to make any sort of impact inside the final circles. This is where these teams give you good results, right? When they reach the final circles, they make sure that they get good numbers, the hashtag 2 or the hashtag 1 position. But right now, I8 is decimating everyone in their way right now. They've cornered the last 2 players inside that shack right now. There's one more enemy remaining, the 4th player. I believe that would be Hasnat, and he's got a knock here. They've got an opening over I8. A 3v4 situation has now been reduced to a proper 3v3. But look at Hasnat. The vehicle has been blown up completely over there, and they are now reduced to just 2 lads. Let's see what they can pull off here.
We gotta see, but has been knocked out. Random 4 in spot. This is gonna be big, but no, says Johnny as he gets one over there. Error falls down, which leaves them to that last final play. I believe that's gonna be Slay over there, and as Crypto is making his movements, I believe has spotted him out. Any single moment, he does have that flank secured, as I8 they're so close to that chicken, and Slay does know. He does know that Crypto is creeping up onto him, but he is helpless as ever, as those Molotovs keep dropping on, as Shawnee pushes in from another angle, as Crypto also making a move Slay needs to pull off a game of his life as he goes in for those shots. Crypto burning in his own molly over there. Eventually gets knocked out as Slay will be switching off his weapons as Johnny needs to spray into his MP49 and almost has finally managed to take him down. Instantly does, and there you have it. Team I8 coming inside the match and directly delivering, getting a winner chicken dinner. Wow.
What was Crypto doing there in the final circles, man? Jumping out onto his own molly. First of all, he had to land that molly inside the shack and it went outside. Then what is the second thing you need after that mistake? You jump onto your own molly and get knocked, give away a point. Wow.
I mean, these are the kind of plays where I can say was understandable. It did not really, the water did not fall off the cup, right? Because had it been a 1v1 situation, that would have been terrible. Even in a 1v2 situation, I sort of would have criticized. But considering the fact that they still had all 4 of their players alive, I mean, that chicken dinner was somewhere already engraved in the name for the name of I8 Esports. So I think you had a thought.
I think Pixels, he was trying to even the situation for the opponent over there. He knew that there's just one opponent out there. He was trying to make spice up things for the opponent. Just giving away 1 point is not a big deal for Crypto right now. He was just having a little bit fun out there, I believe. Otherwise, I don't think a player like Crypto would jump onto his own molly. I was absolutely surprised.
Maybe the adrenaline rush. Maybe. But either ways, I have seen so many good plays from Crypto that I will for a second pretend that I never saw that one small little mistake. Come on, it happens to the best of us. And yeah, as long as you're getting the chicken dinner, he's gonna have that weird little smirk and he's like, yeah, I just messed up a bit, but you never know. Johnny was there to cover me. And that is teamwork, right? Teamwork makes the dream work. But the most valuable player, this title goes to Hasnat. I mean, 3 kills for this squad. And Random 4, I mean, they haven't really been looking very sharp. But I think considering the matches they've been playing, they have been decent. And I think this is just that one team who had missed their first game of Erangel. And after that, they have sort of covered it up really well.
But still not showing up all 4-man squad, right? that is something we need to work on. But this game Fixes, I would say, not only is by far the best game for the day, but it is a really good game in the overall Miramar game. Games that we have seen so far in the PMNC Pakistan, and I'm really excited with the incoming of Group A into the things, because otherwise I really felt that the games were going in a different direction. Now we are watching some good action coming here, and let's see. I'm really excited about this last game, to be honest.
So, I think I can completely understand the direction you were sort of heading towards. You were sort of thinking that, QWERTY is just dominating that competition. It was sort of being one-sided. It sort of got boring. But, you've got I8 coming into the picture, and you're going to expect bigger things. We're going to expect different type of plays. I8 loving that central area that they like to kind of take, and you've got QWERTY playing in from the edges. But my, oh my, I love the performance that came out from the boys from Bablu. Despite the fact that they were reduced to a 2-man squad right from the get-go, they recovered really well, and huge ups to Teen Wolf, just single-handedly wiping out QWERTY in that situation.
Wow. No, I think you got 3 of them over there, right? And that was an amazing. Just the 2 of them with that single nade inside the shack. Amazing IQ. Gameplay over there coming in from Teen Wolf and the players of Team Bablu. 8 points out of this game, but they would be significantly happy the way they played. They lost a player quite early into the contest, and with the 3 of them getting 8 points, they would be really happy with it. DS Official, Quantum Rage getting good points out of the game. So all these teams are the teams that are really trying hard, and I'm really happy to see some outcomes going into the favor towards these underdog teams as well. Let's see. I8 Vido, they have been amazingly, they've been doing splendidly. They did splendidly in this game, but look at where XGeneration is. Just 2 points out of this game. Oh, really?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we have been loving them. We've seen a lot out of them, but right now, as things stand, considering how these teams have been playing, Well, I8, they come in, get a chicken for themselves. You've got the likes of QWERTY, who have been dominating throughout the day, have been sort of shut down by Team Bablu over there. Bablu not having the best of the luck, but eventually the storyline that really comes out shows one thing, right? That I8 needs that top spot back. They have started it off really well, but eventually those few bad games that they had were previously sort of led QWERTY to have that phenomenal lead that
Yeah.
they've been building up. And if QWERTY keeps on playing like this, if they keep on getting kills despite not having chickens, I think they're still looking sharp. But as we take a look at the Oppo F19 Pro moments, there were a lot of moments where we just kind of were screaming out of our minds, but these are those small little plays, and that one grenade just to seal everything off. I mean, Teen Wolf, he definitely stepped up big.
I saw his position, right? I saw the ridge he was controlling. I was just hoping that this a big spray isn't coming at any point, but this he had a better option there. He knew how to get both of them, and that was amazing. And this is an Inferno Crypto right now, ladies and gentlemen. He gave away a point over there to Random 4, but made sure that his teammates get the chicken dinner over here. The all important 15 points. But now look at this contest. Fixes 152, 113, 9 games each, and this is looking possible.
In pursuit of getting the first spot, but it's still very far-fetched for I8. They will have to get a lot of chicken dinners. They will have to make sure that Team QWERTY falls off early on, and for that they may have to make sure that they engage against them. And in every single map, they kind of stay very aloof from each other. They do not really go head-on. But now is a moment, both these teams are sort of still exploring themselves. There's still nothing on the line right now. Both the teams are way comfortable to qualify for the next round. So I think as of now, they will be playing their natural gameplay. They won't be doing anything out of ordinary, anything out of this world. Eventually, during those final circles, when they sort of engage against each other, that's when we might see them popping off. And this time also we were really close to witness that duel, but it was sort of denied by Teen Wolf. So maybe the next game, maybe in Erangel, is where we see these two giants go up against each other, and eventually looking at how things have shaped out, eliminate. Well, they're getting all those kills, right? In terms of kills, they're definitely there, but positioning is something that they need to work out on.
Not a lot of point difference as well, right? I completely agree to what Eliminate needs to work on. But Fixes, all these teams are missing out on those important placement points. Look at that. Look at what Rect Esports is doing. They are still in that single digit in terms of the placement points. What are you doing, my friend?
I mean, well, Rect need to work on in that particular department, and Renaissance need to get a few more kills. So apart from that, it feels good that Renaissance have crossed that 20 marker, right? Because before that Erangel game, they were sitting at barely at some 5 points or something. So finally, they are slowly but surely stepping up the ladders, and they need a few more good games, and they might be back. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be heading for a short little break, because coming right after is the final game of the evening.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Zone 4G, official partner of PUBG Mobile in Pakistan. PUBG Mobile का real मजा सिर्फ Zone 4G पर. Let's get digital.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the PUBG Mobile National Championship, of course, brought to you by Oppo F19 Pro. We are in the Pakistan region, heading towards our final game of the evening. And before we get started, a huge shout out to our network sponsors. That is going to be Song 4G. And we have been talking about this, Trooper, right?
Yeah.
We've been talking about how a lot of players face that being issue. So playing PUBG Mobile on Zong 4G is a guaranteed win-win. You can enjoy seamless connectivity in the game, absolutely fantastic experience. All the gamers will love playing it on Zong 4G. If you haven't tried out, you are missing out on something really big.
Missing out on something really big. Which is the team that has missed out on this game fixes? I can see just 15 teams out here. There are people trying so hard to propel themselves inside the overall standings, and you do not show up for a game. Wow.
All right. There's definitely one of those teams. Gonna wonder who hasn't really joined, but eventually, I think it's better for the others, right? One less competition, so others are gonna enjoy. But there you have it. Again, I'm gonna put you onto the spot, Trooper. Where
Oh
is the circle gonna
no,
form?
no, 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 no! I'm not liking this game, honestly.
Fast,
Uh,
fast, 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 fast.
I'll go for a Northern Circle once again. Let's have some action coming in from
Northern,
Rozok,
northern.
shooting, Rain, Savani, Snaya, Poliana. Let's go and witness towards that half of the Erangel right now. But I am certainly not liking this game fixer. I really,
There you have it.
oh my god,
Oh,
boy.
Trooper.
I think you should go ahead and do the guessing work this time, Fixes. I would really love to see that.
That's why I'm putting you under the spot, right? But apart from that, some quick skirmishes already heading out. I think it's I8 going up against NFP Sky, where we do see Kadir being taken down right off the bat.
Wow, you really got me fixes there. You really got me. I'm just going to be afraid where every time an Erangel is going to start, honestly.
Oh my
But I'm
goodness.
absolutely liking the kind of traffic towards the eastern half of the circle of the map right now. Look at that XGeneration, that beautiful split that they are playing in. Let's see if that comes into consideration because a lot of teams would be rotating from that part of the map. And even Kuwait is going to be rotating. There's a team inside Yasnaya Poliana as well. So let's see if we find some action coming in from outside the eastern edge of the circle, existing circle right now, and a different section. If we look at Ferry Pier and that stretch just around the river bank completely. How many teams are spread over there? And we have I8 once again taking the vehicles and heading towards a military base for the route.
Yeah, they sort of like to do that, right?
Yeah.
I have always loved their melee base, and what is going to get troublesome is if someone is waiting the moment they sort of try to, come out and get inside the zone, try to go towards the mainlands, right? That has always been their problem. But now, if you take a look at Crypto, I think he's been the man of the hour, last game's MVP, and we've always been talking about him. Really, you talk about Rahman, you talk about Crypto, kind of gives you that Zaiwu and a simple rivalry in the Counter Strike arena, right? And a lot of Counter Strike fans might just relate. Crypto sort of looks similar to Zaiwu. Is it just me saying that, or do you feel the same? But in either ways, both are amazing players. We'd love to just spark those little bit of friendly rivalries, and that has to be there because eventually both of them push each other just to try to get even more better. But today, QWERTY have been playing out of their mind. They've gotten 3 chicken dinners, but on the other hand, I8 come and get their chicken. But this is the final game of the evening. Again, we might have a face-off where I8 goes against QWERTY. I really want to see how they come out.
It's been a good storyline today so far. I want it to end on a big. I want this storyline to end it on a big, like 3 back-to-back chicken dinners. Then again, then they got for Cody, and then they got eliminated in the mid game in the fourth game. Then they got blown away with that Teen Wolf nade out there. I want to see what they're going to do in this last game. But coming back to Crypto, I certainly have big expectations from him. How I don't know how he's going to look, and but I certainly feel like this lad has the potential to be like do miracles in this region, to be honest. And he's represented this region on the South Asia level as well, and got some good results out there. He was just absolutely a magnificent player to watch out even there.
Yeah, he certainly was. I mean, everywhere they go, They definitely he performs, but this is one of those teams that you were rooting for, right? X Generation,
Yeah.
and in the Miramar game, they had to face some early exit, but this time they've managed to recollect themselves, and let's see as to how they perform, as they have already
Ooh.
gotten themselves involved in a bit of a fight against Random Four.
Oh, doing the smart thing here, yeah. Get the knock, get away from the situation. I like that. That's how you get placement points for all the teams that are still lurking around in the 24 to 32 position right now. You get those position points like this. This was not their fight to take. They were not all four-man squad looking to take that fight, and they were not very good on the loot as well. They were moving from compound to compound trying to gather loot, and they found that there was a team holding up that compound. So they're heading towards a different compound now, and that is how you go ahead in important game.
Yeah, it has to be really important. You need to have your approaches really well planned, but Random Four sort of have kind of managed to survive that push, and they've made a run for their life. That is what they love to do. But let's talk about the circle a bit, Trooper. I mean, a Western Circle again. We have seen this in the past, and in fact, in this particular tournament, how do you feel about it? Where do you think it might really end up? Because for me, I really wanted to go somewhere around Quarry this time. I want a Quarry Circle. What about you?
See, honestly, when it comes to Erangel, there are not a lot of tournaments that I've casted where the circle has gone towards the southern side as here, as in this tournament, right? So I've seen in the PMPL as well. There were quite a number of Western circles, and there were good games coming in from the Korea region. But here specifically, I feel that the circle is going a lot towards this southern and southwestern side. So I want to see a hard shift in this game. Maybe somewhere towards the upper side, maybe a Gatka finish or somewhat. I want to see those open fields come into play. And if that sort of a game we can witness here, because look at this, we have had 3 days of PUBG Mobile from the Pakistan region, and the Big Boy Mountain, not even a single fight has been executed over there till now.
Yeah, not even a single fight. I think I'd also need some action for myself, because now teams do know it's the final game. A few teams would want to kind of express themselves just a little bit more. A few teams might just want to eye for the chicken. But right now, as things stand, we've got Destroyer just looting, and he's outside the zone. It's 1200 meters, nothing much to worry about, because we do know that they take their own sweet time going for playing from the edges. And let's see if Quati sort of meet the same fate as to what happened to them last time, or this time something different occurs.
I've got nothing against Team Korea or the fans, but I absolutely loved the moment when they were blown in that shack over there, and I would really love that thing to repeat, just for the fact that they've got enough points in lead already in the tournament, right? I want that fight to go on, that head-to-head for that first position as well. Even I know this is the group stage. This is not the stage where the hashtag one position is going to go away with the national championship title. But even then, I don't want someone to go away with that big lead inside that overall points table just after the end of day three as well. I want that fight to go till the last second, even till the last match, maybe perhaps if possible.
I mean, yeah, I think we would want to see them, touching the line towards the very end. Because, come on, let's be honest, two big teams going up. Yeah, 100%. I would love to have that. But let's take a look at Team I8, right? So, I8 has successfully managed to cross over the bridge. They're looking good. They're looking sharp. But but a lot of hurdles stand in their way. A lot of teams stand in their way of them making it inside the zone. I really love this spot. A lot of teams like, capitalizing on this. You've got those little bit of ridges, little bit of covers just to play around of it. But there you have. My wishes have been granted. I mean, a quarry circle is exactly what we are witnessing. But freestyle are the ones who sort of are kind of rooting in for the center along with the Billy Boys.
Surely, and fixes just like you wanted. Quarry right in the dead center. Those heights and the Billy Boys, as you were telling, they're headed for that Quarry Ridges now. There are multiple teams inside that vicinity. So action upcoming, ladies and gentlemen. Not very far away from this point onwards. I think in the next 2 to 3 minutes we are going to watch some ultimate action coming in from the Quarry Hills.
Yeah, I mean, Quarry is going to get really interesting. I mean, the last time I saw someone playing Quarry to perfection was Team BTR. The way they assign their players, in a 2-2 split, each one sort of holding their own area. I mean, that's sublime just to witness them play. But right now, we're in the Pakistan region. We haven't got BTR, but someone can, of
Sadly.
course, try out the similar strats. If it works out, if you can hold off on by your lonesome, then you're good to go. But that was a risky play, but they still pulled it off and they got a big win. Usam falling down, now that's surprising.
Yeah, that is, and but there's a lot of rotation inside the gameplay of I8, right? So all these sort of mishaps are part of long rotation. So they really got to know how the tactics, how to deal with all this situation, and I think they are equipped enough to do that, and they will. And that's a very interesting point that you put up, fixes when you were telling about BTR, right? But coming back to this game right now, let's see freestyle in action. Sunny with that M249, 143, 5.56 led in that magazine right now. But let's see, why are you turning your back? But he eventually gets that knock, but he's very low on HP, and then Medikit won't be allowed to be pulled off there. But Quantum Rage making sure they're capitalizing on the lone solo player for freestyle that was lurking around the compound over there.
Well, let's see. Now, Respect is just trying to peek around, take a few shots, and hasn't really gotten much. But now Tyrant, he's got the players of Quantum Rage right in front of him. He does look like he wants to commit. But will he though?
Let's see, will he? But coming back to that interesting point that you were making, fixes, the quarry area is same. BDA is just a team, right? At the end of the day, you can always learn from their tactics, and I really find that homework missing for a lot of teams, to be honest. Not just in the Pakistan region, in the overall PUBG scenario, I feel a lot of teams can learn from those sort of a gameplays that you were just explaining. That how BDA plays in those are strategical positions that you've got to control, and why they do that, why they do not do that, you've got to understand. And sort of maybe just if you cannot pull up like new lineups, just sort of you can understand why they are doing it and control the region through the tactics that the best in the world are already doing.
Right now, I mean, yeah, you certainly would want to, but freestyle, they have lost out on Sunny. Now they need to take that hilly area for themselves, that hilly cover, which they eventually will get. A good decision, I must say, Trooper, just to sort of back out from the fight. But right now we're sort of witnessing that lull, right? Just that one fight heavy, had two teams going up against each other, then Quantum Rage also eventually managing to sort of keep all four of their players alive. But the second airdrop comes in, the AWM with an AR suppressor. Let's see if Team Eliminate is actually going for it.
Storm incoming, fixes. Storm incoming, let me tell you. 54 players already here. The quarry region still into the play. Look at Team Bablu, how many, look at the amount of split they have on them. So that is also going to get a pretty dicey situation if they get caught off guard. And we have multiple teams that they got to deal with. XGeneration also being a part of that cluster right now. But look at the heights of quarry. The hills being controlled by I8 right now. But Bablu, look at that. This is exactly what I was talking about. One of them, Dani, caught off guard by XGeneration and punishing him right away. That is 1 point for XGeneration. That's exactly what XGenerations are looking for out here.
Well, Pan has definitely spotted one out. And Dani, well, gotta see as to what he does. Eventually, Destroyer has been taken off. So that is one thing. And Ripper will of course take him down. So QWERTY not really having the kind of a start that they would have wanted. And Destroyer had been so phenomenal today, getting those 11 kills and getting himself that chicken dinner. But Wolverine again going in for the bolt action. Let's see what he does.
We'll find that out. And that need. Ooh. That was pretty close affair, Pixels. That was a pretty close affair. That was an absolute prompt nade coming in from Khan. The second nade also just landing inches away from that sniper tower, which is holding and which is in a board for 4 knockout players right now. Let's see. He's snaking in. He's closing in. He knows that he's got multiple players in the vicinity. Let's see how is he going to capitalize. Checking out his backlines. He's got to wait for the support, I believe. He's closed in alone. His teammates are just around the corner. Just wait on, Khan. Just wait on. These 4 kills might just be yours. This is the sort of comeback you're looking after that bomb that you that shook you up inside that nade there, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, well, KO in a kind of a very precarious spot, because if Khan just decides to lob a few good grenades, I think he can do wonders. But Khan, he's taking his time, not just before he strikes, because he needs to calculate all the other options, right? He does not have his teammates near him, but he's instant closer. But Draco, he's going to be lobbing a few grenades of his own, which sort of missed by miles afar. But Teddy, being the one gutsy guy, he tries to get really ahead, but eventually Khan does try to, lob that grenade. That was very well timed. Hadn't Teddy just moved away just a little bit, would have gotten taken out.
Sort of Khan has successfully lugged him outside, right, Teddy? And look at those brilliant nades. How many more do you have? Just let us know. Meanwhile, knockout in this peculiar condition and the shift of the zone, the 4th circle has come in, and this Archer Tower is inside the zone, Pixel. So this fight might just be but just might see a little bit more extended fate than it should be. And look at that. That was a good strategic nade just on the bank of that tree, so that might be just clearing out that angle, but still no idea where Khan is. But the way Khan has created this hustle inside the entire squad of knockout, they really need to move outside. But you got to be aware that the lads from knockout, there's cover lurking around for Khan out there.
Yeah, I mean, there indeed is. But looking at Draco, well, we got to see as to what he does right now and how are they going to respond. But well, my heart has been broken. I was just about to witness that quadri circle, but the circle has sort of shifted on towards the northeastern side. Of course, this is going to heavily favor the boys from Team QWERTY, but they need to, get over this hurdle, right? They need to somehow deal with knockout. But elsewhere, we do have I8 going up against a certain team, getting those few knocks. But are they going to come out of that alive? That's the big question. But right now, they're going to be prioritizing their rotation, as we do find the players of even freestyle sort of getting a few kills here and there. This time on towards the players of NFP Sky.
Honestly, I heard a lot about freestyle coming into the region, right? I've even casted them a few times earlier, but this certainly doesn't look the kind of freestyle that I've been hearing stories about. But let's see. This is just the group stages, right? They're definitely going to be the part of the top 24. Hopefully, we might find the real strategies unrevealing during the semi-final and the final stages, and they might just look like a completely different team then. But right now, what I'm witnessing here is a completely different. What is Khan doing out here still? He's on half HP. He's just playing with them, sort of. But oh, now this is getting serious for him as well. First aid out. There's another nade that is being cooked right towards him. Let's see if he goes down. No, that nade just got overcooked a bit.
Yeah, it certainly was a bit too overcooked. 100% agree with you. Because had that been, just a second undercooked, could have been perfect. But right now, Khan is actually deploying those covers. But I do not understand, his teammates are way far from him. He needs to get back alive. He needs to get back. He needs to regroup with his teammates. And to do that, that other 2 teammates need to anchor him, need to give that cover fire, which they certainly aren't. But now getting back into the fight again, it's KO against Khan just by his lonesome. But he's done a good job at that, but has finally been taken down.
He's been picked off by XGeneration. He's been picked off by a completely different team. But I'm more interested about this cluster. Look at I8 and Quantum Rage right in front of each other to just add the southern tip right now. Let's see I8 charging in once again. This is Crypto leading charge. He's already got 2 kills under the belt. His teammate Johnny is knocked out right now. He's got the revive from his other teammate. But now Quantum Rage, this is a good team. We have seen them winning. We have seen them win good 4v4 situations up against some of the best players from the entire region. Let's see what they do when this challenge is awaiting them right here in front of them.
Yeah, I gotta see as to what he does. But right now, Team QWERTY in a whole world of trouble. I could not really understand those decisions being made by Khan, just trying to fight off, fend off a squad all by the lonesome. But apparently, Baplu's Khan 420 has also bitten the dust. But Crypto, he's still on a killing spree. He's still getting a few kills here and there against the players of Quantum Rage. Still on these edges, but need to make some movement as Uzip just drives over Oreo as Crypto is going to push in from the side as Vas gets taken down from him. And well, I8, they're looking so sharp, they're looking so good as the entire squad of Quantum Rage has been wiped out. But do they have enough time to get that rest back onto its Trinda and rotate inside the circle?
Wow. I Once again, should I say I'm surprised? No, I'm not. I knew I-80 is going to come out of that situation as victorious, but I was expecting a better fight from Quantum Rage, to be honest. And this was a gun game, right? And when you are down to the gun game, you can beat anyone. This was not a strategical game that you were playing. Just reload at the right time, shoot at the right pixels, and if you're losing onto that, you really got to work a little bit more harder, my friend. But let's see if they're going to do that or not. Coming back to this cluster now towards the western edge, we have Team Knockout, Star 111 part of it. Cody was also part of this cluster a little bit back. But what am I watching? Playzone taking the players of Team Bablu out there?
I mean, I really do not understand the pacing of this game, to be honest, because the way things are happening, it's really going out of my mind, and and I'm still stuck on towards those decisions being made by Team 30. I do understand, Khan being one of the best IGLs, but those were those few questionable choices they made. But we'll talk about them just a bit later. But right now we've got Johnny, who's apparently been taken down in a very precarious spot. Trinda goes falling down as well, and one after the other. Team, well, I8, they aren't really doing good right now, just reduced to one player.
This is the moment I got to scream at the waiter, right? This is not what I ordered for in the last game. This was the dessert for me, and you've just spoiled the entire dinner, maybe. But let's see what happens. Look at this cluster fixes. Look at this cluster. Someone break it, my friend. Someone break it and move out of your spaces, move out of your cover, and try to find some enemies. There are a lot lurking around in the nearby vicinity. Get some kills out there. And I8 also eliminated in a different part of the map right there.
Yeah, I certainly have bitten the dust finally. I mean, I think after that fight, they decided to sort of move in. That was a hasty decision, but they had no choice, right? We've got to cut some slack off them because they were trying to make a rush and eventually got spotted down. But I think this game is looking really good for Team Eliminate and for the likes of Team Star, the way they've been playing. But look at Team KO. I mean, they've been holding this visit tower for I think forever, right from the game started, and they somehow are still alive.
Completely different game coming in from Cody right here. What Wolverine is doing is it's out of it's out of my understanding, to be honest. They've just grown for a bit too long, I believe, and now maybe getting the dividends for the investment that they have done, but now they got to go move away. They've got to make the rotation. Look at that. All those teams holding towards the western edge as the play zone comes there in onto the vehicles and just running towards the next cover that they can find. But this is going to open up important points for the remaining teams like ENM Esports, Star, and Random 4. They is official. They really need to maximize of this opportunity. But XGeneration, as we are speaking, have already been eliminated out of the game. Now, Team Knockout coming out of the Arch Towers. They're going to find some players of Star 111 standing out in the open. This is not a good cover to play with. But look at that in return, just on that magic pixel, he's able to connect that shot right on top and Knockout eliminated out of the game.
They certainly are, and things have fallen down for them. And right now, Random 4, just with those 3 players, they've made it really close in the Miramar game, right? They can certainly do it this time. The one chicken dinner, they missed out. This might just be their game. But again, it's an open affair. Team QWERTY still alive with just 2 of their players. And let's see if they can pull off something big. You've got 2 players there. But right now, Myth is definitely in pursuit of getting that revive. He's already gotten one. But now we just have 4 teams remaining, 10 players alive. It's all down to Wolverine and Rahman for QWERTY, but Des do have that slight bit of a man advantage along with Random 4.
Let's see if that man advantage can get them past the line. That is going to be important because I've been rooting for this team for quite some time. But mid goes down. The man advantage has been reduced once again. Fixes. We are down to a 2v2v2 situation for all these 4 teams. But let's see if DS official still has that enough fuel in the engine to go past that line, and we'll find that out pretty soon. But for now, still 3 players. One of them is about to bleed out. I hope he's getting the revive, or maybe not. We'll find that out pretty soon. But still, all these 4 teams, and I don't think either of these 4 teams have yet scored a chicken dinner over here.
They certainly haven't. And
Wolverine is here with Rahman. Other than Team QWERTY, I'm sorry, all these 3 teams have not got any chicken dinner, so it might just be the opening that they needed.
yeah, it can be. It can be, because I would myself want, so the likes of test officials, they've been really close to the chicken. The same can be said for Random 4. And finally, in pursuit. But by the looks of it, things aren't really looking sharp for them as the players are falling. But Star being spotted out there, Hassan, his buggy making those movements, I think has been well read. And Rahman makes no mistakes, knocks a player down, wipes him off, and Hassan has also fallen. And with that, Star Esports has bitten the dust.
I would be really disappointed if any of these teams let QWERTY take away the chicken from this point. What do you need to rise up to the occasion and take 15 points, my friend? You've got this opportunity. Team QWERTY has already got 3 chicken dinners in the day. They are now down to 2 players in a split situation. Find them, shoot at them, get the 15 points, please.
Yeah, get the points. Much needed. But right now, we're still witnessing that lull. Random 4, they're making their movement, but I think they might just get spotted by Wolverine. But no, it's Hasnat who gets the better out of him, knocks him down. Can he get the confirmation though? Just has that 1 kill, but is being instantly shot down by the players of test officials. We do witness a Mexican standoff right away as Hasnat somehow bobbing and weaving through all those gunshots, through all those grenades being lobbed at him. It all comes down onto which Rahman. Does he spot him out though? As the cues were given, but Rahman does not want to disclose his location because he knows against us, the 3-man that survive in front of them, it's going to be such a daunting task.
Oh, falling to the face, Nate. Finally, a start over there. Now just 1 guy remaining from here. Let's see if QWERTY can pull this off here. Let's see if Rahman can pull this off. A 1v3 for the 4th chicken for the day. Go ahead, my friend. Can you do it? That is what I'm looking for.
I mean, if anyone in the server can do it, it is this lad. But I think his chances are very slim because those molos are being tossed at him. And he needs to get inside 13 meters. Even the slightest of sound, I think he's in a whole world of trouble. Because the 3 players, they have got their eyes set on towards them. Now, Team QWERTY being really close to the chicken dinner. But Rahman, to pull this one off, needs to go big. Needs to pull off the best performance of his life over here. But it's difficult, but not impossible. Needs to get a few grenade knocks though. If he can find one, can get 2 players down on this. But no, Rahman having been spotted finally down. I think it's done. It's done for Team QWERTY as Des. But despite that fact, does manage to get one. Gets Hasni in a 1v2 situation right now.
Nade behind the rock, Rahman. Nade behind the rock. And if you don't have a nade, I don't think you have a chance here. But he's certainly putting up a show. He's been spotted. He's got shot at. Trying to pull down that vehicle. Another knock now. Is it turning on its head? Are we going to witness this 1v3? And almost that bullet got connected on the 3rd player as well.
Yeah, I mean, well, it almost did. But still, I mean, the revives are on and I think it's basically done. But despite the fact, Rahman does it. He's taken 2, barely denied the 3rd. And, But anyways, kudos to these officials. Staying 3-man strong towards the very end. It came down to the wire and have managed to secure the chicken dinner with 9 kills. And we have been talking about it, right? The underdogs making their mark. And look at them, courtesy to this performance. They're now on the 5th spot.
I'm disappointed, honestly. There was
I
just
mean,
one
it's
lad
fine.
there. Yeah.
It's fine. I mean, again, it's Rahman. I know. You're going against the best in your region, and your nerves certainly start trembling. And it was that close, but it's fine.
Okay, if you say so, fixes. Okay, so DS official getting away with this 24 points. But honestly, they were looking so good up till that Rahman show in the final circle. That was an amazing cameo that Rahman played, and I was absolutely impressed. I'm going to remember this player from this point onwards now. The way he's tackled the situation, he's just absolutely denied them at any opportunity to shoot at him, right? He was just sitting out in the open. His position was revealed, but he kept on his ground. He just stayed there, made sure, trusted his ability to shoot at pixels, and got those important knocks out there.
Yeah, which were quite important. But I think Team Quirty could have certainly done a bit better in terms of their early game plays. Those kind of shenanigans where we just had Khan holding that one area. I really need to start pointing fingers at that play. But then again, it's just that one bad game. Eventually, they did come out on the second spot with a decent amount of kills, so nothing much to be worrying. But Hassan, those 5 kills are phenomenal. I mean. I think Star, we have been seeing those sparks from them, but they haven't really been reaching out to the finish line. But I think this game they have done a pretty good job at that. 5 kills for them, and wow, they have stepped up.
Honestly, yes. And if they are going to convert this confidence into some good points tomorrow, that is what we are going to look out for. Because starting tomorrow, the first 2 games are going to be played between the same lobby fixes. So this MVP confidence is going to be absolutely required there when they come back tomorrow for the first 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, this sort of a gameplay, this sort of a performance coming in, I think is definitely going to propel their morals, right? It's going to help them. Yeah, there's, this one MVP game. We've seen Hassan, he's got that potential, but, just taking his team down to the finish line, that has sort of been missing, right? Eventually, they will find their way in, but these 5 kills, are definitely one step closer to what their goal is. But eventually, the Team Star, I really want to look at where they stand in terms of their overall standings. But so far, what we've witnessed, I think, Team Desk getting the chicken dinner, kind of a change in taste because, the majority of the games that we saw today were eventually being dominated by the big names. So, for the underdogs to come in, that is something that we both would want, and that's what we love.
I'll just allow the waiter a good night, to be honest. Yeah, I like the cake, to be honest, and it's okay. DS official with the chicken, I absolutely love it. But if Cody had gone away with it, if Rahman had gone away with it, wow, it would have been not the kind of ending I was expecting, to be honest. But yeah, DS official, this is exactly what you wanted. 15 points out of the chicken. You got 9 kills, so that's a good way to end day 3 for you. So you've got things in the right direction now. Make sure you capitalize on this because you don't get this opportunity on a daily basis, right? At a national at a tournament which is being held on the national level, you're inside the top 32 teams. You've got the momentum going with you now. Just capitalize on it. Get more points for yourself. There was a momentum for them inside the first Miramar that they played, that they somehow fizzled out of the scene completely. Now they're back in action with these 24 points. Really hoping for them to do something out.
Yeah, I think me too. Considering how they've been playing, getting those, getting the chicken dinner finally, right? That's definitely gonna boost their morals. And like we've already discussed, right? They do stand on the 5th spot in terms of overall ranking. So test official, 24 points, that's good. Team Quality, really close, 18 points, that's fine. Star also, they've stepped up. I also really liked how Random 4 have finished themselves in terms of how many points that they've gotten out of this map. And Raindrop apparently was the team that missed out, so no points to them. And starting to wonder as to what went wrong with them. But because the position they are in, they certainly can't afford to miss these matches because it's so important for all these teams. Team Bablu, they were in such a sticky situation, could not really do much, just got those few position points, just that one position point in fact. But apart from that, overall, I think the day did go to Qwerty's name, right? In terms of how they've played in all the matches, trying to keep themselves in top 5, winning the hat trick, getting the hat trick rather. And we could not see much out of freestyle today.
Honestly, not much from Freestyle and not much from Team Sky as well. That was a team that came in for the last two matches and suddenly were not able to leave their mark the way I was expecting. And let's see Freestyle and Sky, what are they going to do tomorrow in the first two matches?
Yeah, we gotta see as to what really happens. But this match was sort of I do not know. I really found the pacing really weird because we did have a few fights just on the words that early mid game, and then it was a complete shutdown. The zone sort of shifted, a lot of chaos happened, a lot of teams got taken down. But these final circle fights, I mean, Rahman almost pulling off a clutch. Had he had a few more bars of health on him, he could have done certainly better. But Team QWERTY again solidifying their lead even further, 170 points. I8 did try, but it was not the game. They did all go off early on and could not do much. But now Max Esports and North, these are the two teams that we will be seeing in action tomorrow. So I'm really excited as to see what they are going to be putting on the table. But Des Official have certainly made their mark, and Team Bablu have entered inside the top 8, which is a really good thing.
Yeah, by the end of day three, we have got five teams that have already made that 100 mark. They've crossed that 100 mark. So that's a good sign in the overall scenario. But let's see, it's going to be a long fight between QWERTY and I8 for that top notch position. For now, QWERTY is leading it. We'll find that out once we square on 12 or 16 games, and that is when things are going to get really interesting. Freestyle has like 9 position with 79 points, decent performance, but really expecting some more out of them. But this is just the group stage, I feel. So let's see. It might be that they're holding in store some good tricks for the semifinals and the final stage as well.
Yeah, tricks up their sleeves. They definitely are holding a few things, right? But now I think, the way things are over here, the way things are panning out, all these teams, right, eliminate. One of those teams that, we've seen them pull off some good plays, but they have been looking a bit lackluster. Now, Raindrop, one of those teams, now they're struggling at the 22nd spot now, missing out on one match. I do not know what exactly was the reason. Maybe they could not get into the server. That's why we urge you guys, get yourself Zong 4G to ensure that you at least get inside the lobby, have a good ping. At least, those issues won't be a hindrance to your gameplay. But well, they might just get it soon as well. But eventually, moving on further, Mythical. Well, Mythical has been there around those position points, but haven't really seen them going really aggressive. So maybe tomorrow they might pull off a comeback, but it is for a later story.
Let's see, all those things are going to come back or not. But this is the page that got to do the most of the effort tomorrow when they come back for their games. Mavericks, NFPxTact, all these teams, Rect Esports, TMW Esports, Renaissance 7. You really got to put in everything in there. And just one good game can actually put you back in the driving seat. And for Mavericks, especially, I feel just get your fourth player. And that might just do the thing for you, Mavericks, if you can do that, if you're listening. But other than that, pretty much.
I don't think it's possible anymore, Trooper, because when we are looking at their registered squad, they had just registered with 3 players. So I think, the other teams do have an optionality of getting their 4th, but unfortunately,
Interesting.
Maverick will have to move on with this tournament with just 3 players. But taking a look at the kill leaders, I'm not really surprised finding 2 of the players of QWERTY dominating over there. You've got Distro and Wolfrey, but Daku, we did not see him playing today. So I'm pretty sure tomorrow he's going to topple them all over. But this is exactly the kind of a storyline we want. Crypto not really far behind. He's always that consistent performer, and he's been doing well.
Yeah, and he's going to rise even more, I'm sure. 22 kills, just 7 kills separating him. That is the amount of kills I can bank. Crypto can cover in a single game. But Destroyer is also playing an amazing game. Nothing to take away from him, honestly. The way he played and in those first 2 matches during the day, especially in that Miramar game, taking the chicken away from Team Bablu over there, that was an amazing thing to do.
Yeah, that certainly was an amazing thing to do. But if you take a look at the day report, I mean, like we had already discussed, right? It was pretty much Team Quirty's affairs, right? In terms of how many damage they had dealt, 57 kills. I mean, that's a big number, right? And look at the knockouts, that's 57. So 100% finishing record. So that's something good. But in terms of heals and damage received, we did see the players of Team Star being under the
Yeah.
brunt of so much time. They had to deal with so many fights, keep their players alive, constantly patch themselves up. But eventually, how things ended out, yes, it was a good day for Team Quirty. We did see Des Official getting the final chicken over there. Team I8 also coming, getting one for themselves, but was sort of denied in the second one because they had to rush inside the zone. A few questionable plays made by a few teams, but again, once we are in a once we are in such a situation, in such a pressure situation, it gets really difficult to make those shots, and sometimes we tend to make those small mistakes. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are finally done with all the matches for today's evening. We are going to be seeing you tomorrow again with two different groups coming in. Till then, you guys stay tuned tomorrow. Do not forget to log in. Till then, we'll take your leave. Bye bye, take care, goodbye.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Zone 4G, official partner of PUBG Mobile in Pakistan. PUBG Mobile का real मजा सिर्फ Zone 4G पर. Let's get digital.